Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Okay. Minbo kai huk jothan mo joan intro mo video cue true horror confession cho ban ne. Joan, when I was 17, my friends and I watched a man dump a heavy black bag into the reservoir behind my house. And that same night, their boot prints followed us all the way to my backyard fence. I know how that sounds. If I was hearing this on someone else's channel, I would probably roll my eyes and assume it is exaggerated or made up for views. But I am not here to convince you of anything. I am just going to tell you exactly what happened, the way I remember it, and you can decide what you want to believe. Back then, my house was the hangout spot. My dad worked late warehouse shifts off the interstate. My mom went to bed early, and the basement was basically ours. Picture a low ceiling with exposed pipes, a crooked pool table pushed to one side, hand-me-down couches that smelled like old smoke, and a little mini fridge in the corner that never stopped humming. There was always some cheap Bluetooth speaker on the shelf blasting whatever was popular that week, and the concrete floor was sticky from years of spilled beer. Behind that basement, behind our backyard, behind a thin strip of trees, was the reservoir. If you pulled it up on Google Maps today, it would just look like a long, dark oval of water with a chain link fence around it and a couple of no trespassing water supply signs. But to us, as teenagers, it was our spot. We had our own slit in the fence that we had cut years before, our own worn little path through the trees, our own rock ledge on the near side where we would sit and dangle our legs over the water. We went there to drink without getting carded. We went there to smoke without our parents smelling it. We went there to talk about nothing and everything, to complain about school, about money, about a future that felt very far away. I never thought about what else that water might be used for. On the night I am going to tell you about, it was just another sticky summer night. The kind where your shirt clings to your back before you even reach the bottom of the basement steps. The digital clock on the microwave in the kitchen upstairs said 11:37 p.m. when my friend showed up with a case of beer on his shoulder. We played a few lazy games of pool. The speaker started to cut out, and somebody said the sentence that would screw up the rest of the night. Let's hit the lake. 10 minutes later, we were slipping through the trees at the back of my yard, the music off, the mini fridge hum fading behind us. The air outside was heavier, carrying that flat, metallic smell of standing water. Every step in the dark sent little sounds snapping out into the woods. Twigs breaking, wet leaves squishing under our sneakers, the distant hiss of the highway far beyond the trees. I remember my hand closing around the cold metal of the fence, the way it vibrated softly when I pulled the gap open for my friends. I remember the first sight of the water, black and still, the far side just a jagged line of trees under a cloudy sky. I remember thinking it was quieter than usual, fewer insects, less wind, like the whole place was waiting. What I did not know yet was that someone else was already there, that they had driven in the long way with their lights off, that they had backed their truck up as close to the far shore as they could, that they had something in the back of that truck that needed to disappear, and that by the time my phone rang, echoing across the water, it was already too late for us to pretend we had not seen anything at all. 1.1 Present-day confession and the article. I have never written to a horror channel before, That is probably the first thing I should say. I am not a writer. I am not trying to go viral. And I am not here to sell you anything. I am sitting at my kitchen table in a quiet house in New Jersey, with a half-warm mug of coffee next to my laptop, and the little green digits on the microwave across the room glowing 11:47 p.m. The only reason I am even typing this is because I made the mistake of clicking on an article I should have scrolled past. Right now, the loudest sound in this whole place is my fridge. It has this steady, low hum that rises and falls in the background, like it is breathing. Every few minutes, the AC unit kicks on with a soft thump somewhere in the walls, and a rush of cool air sighs out of the vent above the stove. The clock on the microwave ticks over to 11:48, and I watch the numbers change in the reflection on the black glass of the oven door. It is all very normal, safe. On the laptop in front of me, the article is still open. I have read it 3 times, and my eyes keep going back to the headline, "Teen drowns in local reservoir. Officials call death unfortunate accident." The photo they used is what really got me. It is the same reservoir I grew up behind. Same chain-link fence, same white, no trespassing water supply signs. Same long, dark strip of water with the tree line on the far side. Even that ugly sodium vapor light by the gate, burning that sick orange-yellow. I know that curve of shoreline better than I know my own street now. I know exactly where the water is deepest, where the mud swallows your shoes if you step wrong, and where the rocks on the near side make a kind of crooked seat. I am 34 years old. I have a decent job in an office park off Route 22, a wife upstairs already asleep, a mortgage, a car that needs new tires. But that reservoir might as well be sitting right outside my window again. Seeing it on the screen took me straight back to being 17 and barefoot in my parents' kitchen, sneaking out the back door to meet my friends. It took me back to the basement in that old house, the one with the crooked pool table and the mini fridge that hummed louder than this one. It took me back to the stretch of woods behind our yard and to the way the fence rattled when you pushed just the right spot to slip through. Back then, the reservoir was our sanctuary. That is the word that keeps coming to mind, even if it feels dramatic now. When you are a teenager in a town that smells like hot asphalt and exhaust, a hidden body of water feels like a secret world. We went there to get away from school, from parents, from each other when we needed to. We went there to smoke and drink and float on stolen pool inflatables until our fingers wrinkled in the cold. We skipped stones. We told stupid stories. We lay on our backs on the rocks and watched planes blink their way across the sky over the dark water. I never really thought about the fact that someone owned that land, that the fence and the warning signs were not just decoration. It was just the lake behind my house. It belonged to us in the way kids think everything they love belongs to them. The police had been to that reservoir before, even then. I remember flashing lights at the gate when I was younger, maybe 12 or 13. I remember my mother pulling me away from the back window when a news van parked at the end of our street, the logo on the side reflecting red and blue. People talked about remains found in the water, like they were talking about a movie they had half watched. Adults lowered their voices when we came into the room. The word barrels was thrown around more than once. What the article tonight mentioned, in 2 short sentences halfway down the page, is that years ago, in a separate incident, divers pulled 3 sealed plastic drums from the deepest part of that reservoir. Inside were human remains, badly decomposed. The case was never officially solved. The town moved on. The Water Commission did some repairs, replaced some fencing, and everyone started pretending the reservoir was just a pretty place to drive past again. I was there the night they added bodies to that number. That is the part I never told the police. Not all of it, anyway. When you are 17 and you tell a cop you saw something weird at midnight near a place you were not supposed to be, you learn very quickly how much to leave out. My parents never heard the full story. My friends and I lied by omission to each other, too, in the months after. It was like the more you said out loud, the more real it became. So we kept shaving off pieces until what we remembered could almost have been a dream. But there was a night when my friends and I watched men across that water drag something heavy out of the back of a truck and load it into a boat. A long, tarp-wrapped shape that did not move on its own. We watched them row out toward the middle, where the dark was darkest, and we watched them make something disappear. They did not know we were there at first, not until my phone rang. They chased us. That is the part my brain still does not like to sit with. They ran the long way around the reservoir, on that narrow strip between trees and water, to get to the same side as us. Their boots hit the ground hard enough that I could hear them over my own breathing. We tore back through the woods to my yard, and by the time the police were in my kitchen, there were boot prints in the mud at my back fence that did not belong to anyone in my family. The cops, eventually, found those barrels. Not that night, but soon after. They did their press conferences and used phrases like ongoing investigation and no threat to the public. The reservoir stayed, the water stayed, the story faded, and everyone stopped watching the trees so carefully. I did not stop. If you are expecting a ghost story, this is not that. I have had nightmares, sure. Sometimes I wake up hearing the splash that never really ends. Sometimes I dream I am stuck on the far side of the lake, with no fence to climb back through. But there was nothing supernatural on that shoreline. No pale hands reaching out of the water. No glowing eyes in the woods. What there was worse in a very ordinary way. A truck, a boat, a handful of men doing something they had clearly done before. A reservoir being used for something no map will ever mark. This is not a story about a haunted lake. This is a story about people, and about the night I realized the water behind my childhood home was not a sanctuary at all. It was a tool, and somebody, somewhere, was still using it. 1.2, the basement, the sounds, and the back fence. The house I grew up in was nothing special to look at. It was a beige, split level on a quiet cul-de-sac, about 10 minutes from one of the most crime-ridden towns in our state. The kind of place where the front yards all looked the same from the street, where people waved politely and pretended not to hear sirens drifting over from the next city on summer nights. If you stood on our front porch, you saw trimmed hedges, mailboxes, kids' bikes left in driveways. The real story of that house was always in the back. Our basement was the first place my friends saw when they came over, because we almost never bothered with the front door. There was a side entrance that went straight down a short flight of stairs into a low-ceilinged room that smelled permanently like dust, old beer, and cheap body spray. The ceiling tiles were stained in places, and along one section, they were missing entirely, exposing a maze of metal ducts and pipes that rattled every time the heat or AC kicked on. The light down there came from two long fluorescent tubes bolted to the ceiling. One of them flickered when it first came on, buzzing like an insect was trapped inside the glass. When both were working, they washed everything in this flat, sickly light that made our skin look tired, even when we were younger. In the far corner, next to the wall that backed onto the foundation, there was a miniature fridge my dad had bought at a yard sale. It was white once, but the plastic had gone yellow with age. It hummed loudly, almost aggressively, the compressor rattling like it was too much work just to stay cold. That hum was constant. It filled every pause in conversation and hid the small creaks of the house above us. We had a pool table that had belonged to someone's uncle before it was ours. One leg was shorter than the others, so every ball that did not have a plan rolled slowly toward the same corner pocket. The felt was worn thin in the center. The cues were warped. We used empty beer bottles as chalk holders and argued constantly about whether a shot counted if the table helped. The couches were older than the table. Two mismatched leather monsters my dad had dragged home from some guy's garage, cracked at the seams and patched with duct tape. They stank of stale cigarettes and cologne that had been popular a decade earlier. The smell baked into the cushions. When you sat down, the springs made a noise you could feel up your spine. Add to that the soundtrack, EDM or rap rattling the cheap Bluetooth speaker on a shelf. The sharp clack of pool balls knocking together, the snap and hiss of soda cans and beer cans opening. Someone's laughter bursting out too loud and then dying back under the music. Above us, faint but there if you listened, the soft thump of my dad's footsteps moving across the hardwood in the living room, the distant murmur of the TV he always left on for noise. If you stood in the center of that basement with your eyes closed, it was like being inside a layered shell of sounds. Thudding, humming, buzzing, thumping. Safe, in a weird way. A cocoon of noise between us and the rest of the world. Behind all of that, beyond the far wall of concrete and insulation, was the reason our basement was the hangout spot, and not just another depressing suburban cave. Through a small square window near the ceiling, you could see the tops of trees. If you went up the side stairs and out the door, crossed our patchy backyard, stepped into the line of maples and oaks that started at the property line, you would understand the real layout of the place. Our backyard ended where the woods began. It was not a huge forest, just a thin strip that separated our row of houses from what lay beyond. In the daytime, sunlight speared through leaves and dappled the ground. You could see the gray trunks of the trees, the tangle of undergrowth, the beer cans and old toys half buried in the dirt from kids who had come before us. Birds shouted at each other from the branches. Squirrels skittered along limbs, dropping bits of bark. At night, that strip of woods turned into a wall. The trees merged into a single dark mass, a black curtain at the end of the yard. The small solar lights along our back fence threw just enough glow to show where the lawn ended and the underbrush began. And then after that, it was just shadow. If there was wind, you could hear the branches rubbing together, whispering. If there was no wind, it was like looking at a painted backdrop, flat, solid, impenetrable. Push into that wall of black, though, and there was a path. Not an official trail, just a place where our sneakers and the sneakers of every kid who had lived there before us had beaten the weeds down. 10, 15 steps in, and the light from the house was gone. The ground grew softer, scattered with wet leaves and roots that waited to catch your ankles. The air turned cooler, damper. And then you hit the fence. It was chain link, 6 feet high, running along the back edge of the trees in a straight, uncompromising line. On our side, tufts of grass and little white flowers grew up against the metal. On the other, the land fell away toward water. There were metal signs bolted to the fence every so often, white rectangles with black block letters and an official seal. No trespassing water supply property. Violators will be prosecuted to the county. It was the boundary of a protected reservoir. To us, it was the last thin barrier before the best place in the world. If you grabbed the cold metal with both hands and pulled yourself up just enough to look over, you saw it. The reservoir stretching out long and dark, edged by trees on all sides. On clear days, you could see highway traffic far in the distance, little lines of light moving behind the tree line. At night, the only real glow came from a single sodium vapor lamp bolted to a pole by the official gate at the far end. A sick orange star that painted a trembling stripe across the surface of the water. I started going there alone when I was 12, 13. I would wait until my parents were distracted, then take the path through the trees and stand at the fence, listening. In the summer, the soundscape back there was almost soothing. The steady, gentle slap of water against the concrete edge, the rustle of wind through the leaves, the chorus of crickets and frogs that seemed to come from every direction at once. If I pressed my ear against the cool metal, I could hear the faint buzz of electricity in the fence. Or maybe it was distant traffic humming through all that space. Sometimes, after school, my friends and I would hop someone's backyard fence 2 streets over and follow the woods all the way around until we found the public side of the reservoir. There was an official parking lot, a gate, and a path people used for jogging. You could see families walking there in the evenings, but it never felt as exciting as our side did. There was no thrill in using the gate, no feeling of stealing something that was not meant for you. On our side, the signs might as well have been wallpaper. "Violators will be prosecuted" sounded like something from a movie. None of us could picture a real person in handcuffs for climbing a fence. Those words existed for someone else. The bad guys, the adults. Not for skinny kids in hoodies and hand-me-down sneakers who just wanted to smoke cigarettes where their parents could not see. I was the first one to cut the hole. The tool I used was an old pair of rusted bolt cutters from our garage, the kind my dad probably had not touched in years. I remember the weight of them in my hands, the way the handles bit into my palms. I remember the metallic smell of the fence up close, the slight oily tang that clung to the galvanized steel. It took longer than I thought it would, biting through the links one by one, the cutters squealing softly with each squeeze. When the last piece snapped, the section of fence bowed inward just enough. It was not a door yet, just a slit a determined kid could squeeze through. I pushed it open, the metal wires rasping against each other, and stepped through into the narrow strip of brush between fence and water. From there, the sounds of the reservoir changed. The water was louder, the frogs louder, the wind more direct. The fence behind me made a different sound when it shifted in the breeze, less like a barrier and more like a loose piece of armor someone had forgotten to fasten properly. Over the years, that small cut became a proper door. More kids used it, more bodies shoved through. The metal bent further, the edges curled back like jagged lips. We dragged coolers and folding chairs through that slit. We slipped out in the middle of the night and came home at dawn, smelling like algae and cigarette smoke. We knew exactly where to put our feet to avoid slipping on the wet concrete. We knew which rocks wobbled, which branches to duck under. We also knew, in a vague, secondhand way, that the reservoir had a darker history. When I was younger, before I cut the fence, there was a week when the road leading to the official gate was clogged with police cars and county trucks. Yellow tape fluttered in the wind. My mother kept the blinds half closed, but I could see reflections of red and blue lights on the glass. The adults in the neighborhood whispered in driveways and over fences. Back in the 90s, they pulled a body out of there, I heard one guy say to my dad. Maybe they found another one. Someone else said, "That place is cursed," and laughed, and the word stuck with us. For weeks afterward, that was how we talked about the reservoir when parents were not around. Haunted lake, cursed water. We dared each other to jump in at night and touch the bottom, We made up stories about skeleton hands grabbing ankles. It was fun. The way horror movies are fun when you can flick the lights back on. The truth of it, the part with actual teeth, never really landed for me back then. It was background noise to the sound of splashing and shouting and the fence rattling quietly under my fingers as I hauled myself over. I did not put it together until much later, after my night out there, after the boat and the bundle and the boot prints at my back fence. I did not see the pattern until I was older and calmer and bored enough to search for that reservoir online and fall into a rabbit hole of old articles. Buried in one of them, in a paragraph no one would notice unless they were looking for it, was a line that made my stomach drop. Remains were found suspiciously close to a residential area, accessible via what appears to have been an unauthorized access point in the perimeter fence. Unauthorized access point. That was their polite way of saying somebody had cut a door where there should not have been one. And the worst part, the part that keeps me up at 11:47 p.m. listening to my fridge hum, is knowing that the timeline on those stories starts before the night I thought everything changed. Which means the reservoir behind my house was being used for that purpose long before I ever realized what kind of doorway I had really opened. 1.3. The squad, the rules, and the first strange night. Like most bad decisions in my teenage years, it was never just me. There was always the squad. Derek was usually the first one down the basement stairs, loud enough to rattle the ceiling. He was the kid who somehow always knew which older brother or cousin could buy beer without asking too many questions. He talked with his hands, laughed with his whole chest, and had this restless energy that made sitting still look painful for him. If there was a stupid idea to be tried, Derek was the one grinning in the front. Luis was my best friend. We had grown up 2 houses apart, taking the same bus, getting into the same kind of low-level trouble. He was quieter than Derek, but not like Tom quiet. Luis liked to stretch out on the busted leather couch, arms behind his head, and commentate on everything like life was a long-running show only he understood the jokes of. He had this lazy, easy vibe that made people think he was never really fazed by anything. Tom was cautious, to put it kindly. He was the kind of kid who texted his mom when we changed plans mid-hangout, so she would not worry. He still came along when we did dumb stuff, but he would hang a few paces back, scanning, glancing at his phone like it might save him. There is always one kid in a friend group who says, "Guys, I don't know about this," and gets ignored. That was Tom. Jess was the only girl who was consistently part of our little orbit. She had gotten her license a few months before that summer, and it had gone straight to her head in the way it does when a teenager suddenly controls a moving piece of steel. She wore her keys on a belt loop like a badge. She had this knack for looking unimpressed at everything, even when you knew she was enjoying it. If Derek was chaos in motion, Jess was the person who would look at the chaos, smirk, and say, "Bet you won't." Put the 4 of them in my basement on a Friday or Saturday night, and the routine practically ran on rails. We would start with the same things. Someone dropped a case of beer by the pool table. The Bluetooth speaker connected with that little chirp, and then blasted whatever playlists were popular that week. We played a couple of rigged games on the slanted table, complained about teachers, about parents, about money. We talked about getting out of that town in that vague way you do when you are 17 and have no idea how any of that actually works. Then, after an hour or two, the basement would start to feel too small. The hum of the mini-fridge would get on our nerves. The air would turn wet with sweat and spilled alcohol. Someone would turn the music down and say the same line, in slightly different words each time. "Let's go out back. Let's hit the lake." Basement's boring. I want water. There is a particular thrill in sneaking out of your own house when you technically have permission to be awake. We would slip up the side stairs, ease open the door, and spill into the backyard like we were stepping onto a stage we owned. The porch light painted the grass a soft yellow. Beyond that, the woods were a solid mass of dark. If you had followed us through those trees any given weekend, you would have learned our rules. We did not write them down, but they were as solid as the warning signs on that fence. Do not shine flashlights toward the official gate. If you had to use a light, keep it pointed at your shoes. If you see headlights on the road by the reservoir or hear a car on the service path, shut up and drop low. We were trespassing, and none of us wanted our parents getting a call from the county sheriff. If you hear a boat engine late, shut up and put everything out. Cigarettes, joints, speakers. There were stories about cops doing random sweeps on the water, and stories about people who were not cops doing other things. Either way, you did not want to draw attention to yourself on that shoreline. We learned those rules from older kids, or from Derek claiming an older cousin had told him, or from half-remembered warnings in school assemblies about staying away from restricted areas. The specifics blurred, but the behavior stuck. There is one night that stands out now, even though at the time we filed it away as kinda weird and moved on. It was a late summer evening, maybe a week or two before the night with the boat, the kind of evening where the heat finally broke a little as the sun went down, leaving the air heavy but bearable. We headed out later than usual, after 9, while there was still a strip of orange in the sky above the tree line. By the time we slid through the gap in the fence, the light was in that in-between phase where it is not quite dark, but the color has been drained out of everything. The water looked like dull metal. The trees on the far side were just cut-out shapes against a deepening blue. We settled onto the rocks on the near side, legs hanging over the edge. Luis cracked a beer and passed it along. Jess lit a cigarette and cupped her hand around the flame, the orange glow briefly lighting her face. The soundscape shifted as we sat there. It was something I had never paid much attention to until that night. At first, there were still birds. You could hear them arguing in the branches behind us, short bursts of sound that came and went. Cars on the highway miles away provided a steady, distant rush, like a giant had a faucet open somewhere. Every so often, a plane droned overhead, a tiny moving star with red lights blinking. As the sun sank completely, one by one, those daytime sounds dropped out. The birds went quiet, the highway seemed to recede, and the sky above the reservoir turned from blue to a flat, starless black, thanks to the low clouds. In their place, a different layer came alive. The high, constant chirp of crickets, the deeper, throaty croaks of frogs, the tiny, irregular slaps of water against the concrete lip of the shore below us, the occasional plop of something unseen breaking the surface and disappearing again. There was a moment, like a held breath, where everything felt balanced. Day had ceded to night, but the night had not yet fully decided how weird it wanted to be. We were halfway through a stupid argument about whether or not someone from our year had actually gotten arrested when we heard it. An engine. It was not the constant, rushing noise of distant highway traffic. This was closer, lower, the stuttering growl of a truck or a pickup easing along over gravel. It came from the far side of the reservoir, but we had a clear enough line of hearing that it might as well have been right behind us. All 4 of us went silent. "Gate," Derek murmured. We all turned our heads toward the official entrance. The sodium lamp at the gate threw a pale cone of light onto the road there. We could see the metal bars, the padlock, the empty stretch of asphalt in front of it. No headlights, no silhouettes of vehicles. "Doesn't sound like it," Luis said. He tilted his head, listening. "That's not on the road. That's lower." The engine noise came and went, like the driver was tapping the gas in short bursts, trying to navigate around something. It sounded like it was behind the tree line on the far side, closer to the water than to the main road. "How are they even down there?" Jess asked. "You can't get a truck that close to the shore. There's no way." "There's that maintenance road that goes around," Tom said quietly. "Maybe there's another access for, like, water guys." We listened. The engine chugged, then cut out. For a few seconds, there was only the chorus of insects and the quiet slap of water. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring, because you are suddenly aware of how much sound there usually is. I remember thinking, very clearly, that somewhere on the other side of the reservoir, someone was using it for something that had nothing to do with teenagers drinking warm beer on the rocks. It was like realizing your favorite hangout spot was someone else's office after hours. "Probably just county workers," I said, more to myself than anyone else. "Checking something." "Yeah," Derek said too quickly. "Or some guy fishing where he's not supposed to. Not our problem." We stayed a little longer. The crickets settled into a steady wall of sound. The frogs answered them. The water kept tapping softly at the shore. No more engine. No more movement we could see. Eventually, someone suggested heading back. The damp from the rocks had soaked through my jeans. The air felt colder by the water than it had in the yard. We climbed up, stretched our legs, and made our way along the edge of the trees to the slit in the fence. One by one, we squeezed through. The fence rattled softly around us, its old wounds complaining as it flexed. The woods on our side seemed darker after looking at the open water. We started up the narrow path toward the faint glow of the houses. Halfway into the trees, for no particular reason, I turned around and looked back. Through the twisted opening of the fence, I could see a slice of the reservoir and the far shore beyond it, a thin line of black shapes under a low sky. At first, there was nothing. Just that orange smear of light near the official gate reflecting on the water. Then, from somewhere further down the far bank, away from the gate, a pair of headlights blinked on, just for a second. They flared white between the trees, caught the edge of the water in their beam, and then snapped off again like someone had slapped their hand over a flashlight. "Hey, you coming?" Luis called behind me. "Yeah," I said, and turned away. Back then, I chalked it up to some guy packing up his fishing gear late, or a county truck taking a weird route. Sitting here now, with the article open in front of me and the fridge humming behind me, I cannot stop thinking that maybe that night was not random at all. Maybe what we heard then was a practice run, a test drive on a road no one was supposed to use. Maybe we were not the only ones who treated that reservoir like it belonged to us. 2.1. Cutting the fence. The first time I decided the fence was a suggestion instead of a rule, I was 13. It was a Saturday afternoon in late spring, the kind of day where the air still had a chill under the sun, and the trees at the back of our yard were only just starting to grow their leaves back. I remember the way the light looked on the driveway. Long, pale strips of sun between the shadows of the maple branches. My dad had left for work an hour earlier. My mom was on the phone with my aunt, pacing the kitchen and laughing too loudly at something I could not hear. The garage door was open. Our garage was a mess of old paint cans, cardboard boxes, bags of garden soil, and tools my dad used twice a year and then forgot about. The smell in there was a mix of oil, cut grass, and something metallic, that you only notice in spaces where metal and dust have been left alone together for too long. I was not in there for any noble reason. I was bored, 13, and looking for something that felt like more than another round of video games. The Reservoir had been calling to me louder lately, not in any mystical way, just in the way a no sign calls to a kid who is tired of hearing no. In the back corner of the garage, hanging from a pegboard by a loop of duct tape, was the tool that changed everything. They were old bolt cutters, the red paint on the handles chipped away to bare metal in places, the jaws rusted but still sharp-looking. I had seen my dad use them once to cut through a lock on a storage bin when he could not find the key. The sound they made when they bit through the metal was stuck in my head. Sharp, final. I stood there with my hand hovering over them for a good 30 seconds. I listened to the murmur of my mom's voice inside the house, the faint whoosh of a car going by out front, a lawnmower droning somewhere down the street. My heart was already beating too fast for a kid who had not done anything wrong yet. Then I took them down. The weight surprised me. They were heavier than they looked, the kind of tool that made you feel small and unserious just holding it. I wrapped both hands around the handles and tested the hinge. They opened with a stiff, gritty motion, rust grinding against rust. When I closed them again, the jaws met with a dull metallic clink that seemed louder than it really was. I hesitated at the threshold of the garage, listening. My mom laughed again in the kitchen. Nobody called my name. I stepped out into the backyard, the sun in my eyes, the bolt cutters hanging awkwardly at my side like I was carrying a weapon I had no idea how to use. The grass was cool and slightly damp under my sneakers. A breeze moved through the trees at the back of the yard, making the bare branches rattle softly. It did not feel like I was going to commit a crime. It felt like I was about to test how real certain boundaries actually were. The strip of wood swallowed me quickly. The sound of my mom's voice, the faint hum of the TV, the occasional car from the cul-de-sac, all of it muffled and then vanished in about 10 steps. The ground under my feet turned uneven, roots and rocks pushing up through the thin layer of dead leaves. I could hear my own breathing now, louder than I wanted it to be. When I reached the fence, I stopped and just looked at it for a moment. Up close, the chain link was not as uniform as it seemed from my bedroom window. Some sections bulged slightly where tree roots had pushed the posts. Others sagged a little between the metal supports. The warning sign nearest me had a streak of rust running down from one corner, like the metal was bleeding. I wrapped my fingers around one of the wires and pressed. The fence flexed just a little, and then pushed back, humming faintly through my skin. It was cold, even though the sun had been on it all day. I glanced left and right down the tree line. No one. No joggers on the official path that curved around on the other side, at least not that I could hear. No county workers in bright vests. No one from my neighborhood who could see me through their kitchen window and call my mother. That was the moment where I could have just gone home, put the bolt cutters back on the pegboard, told myself the lake would still be there when I was older. Instead, I wedged the jaws of the cutters around one of the links at roughly chest height and squeezed. The metal fought back at first. The rust on the hinge made the handles stiff, resistant. My arms were not as strong as I thought they were. My hands slipped a little on the cold metal. My heart pounded in my ears. I gritted my teeth and leaned down into it with my whole weight. The sound when the wire finally gave was sharper than I expected. A high, ugly ching that seemed to slice the quiet of the woods in half. I froze, breath caught, listening. Nothing. just the wind moving slowly through the branches, a bird calling once and then stopping. I moved the cutters down to the next link and did it again. Ching. Again. Ching. Each time, the sound made me flinch and check over my shoulder. Each time, the forest stayed indifferent. By the time I stepped back, I had cut a narrow vertical line through the fence, maybe 2 feet long. The metal on either side sagged inward a little, the cut edges sharp and bright against the dull gray of the rest. I pressed my palm against the gap and pushed. The links bowed more, a narrow mouth opening just enough for a skinny 13-year-old. The feeling that washed through me then was not pride exactly. It was something trickier, a mix of fear and exhilaration, and a strange, sudden sense of ownership. That no trespassing line I had stared at for years was no longer absolute. There was a way through now, and I had made it. I slid the cutters onto the ground and turned sideways, easing myself into the slit. My shoulders brushed the cold metal on both sides. My shirt snagged on a sharp bit of wire and made a soft, ripping sound. I held my breath without meaning to. For 1 second, all I could hear was my own pulse and the faint buzz of the fence vibrating. Then I was through. On the other side, the ground sloped down toward the water in a short, scrubby embankment. The smell hit me first. The damp, sweet, slightly rotten scent of standing water mixed with mud and algae and whatever else lived in that reservoir. It was stronger here than anywhere else I had stood. The sounds were the same ones I had heard from the fence, but turned up a notch. The slap of small waves against the concrete edge. The whisper of wind over the open surface. The layered chorus of insects that seemed to come from the reeds and from the woods behind me at the same time. The chain link behind my back hummed quietly where I had bent it, a low metallic shiver that faded after a few seconds. I stood there on the narrow strip of dirt between fence and water and felt something in my brain click. This was still the same reservoir it had always been. And yet it was different now that I had stepped into this no man's land. I was somewhere I was not supposed to be, with no adult telling me not to be there, and nothing physically stopping me from going closer to the water, to the rocks, to the deep. I did not stay long that first time. I was too aware of the bolt cutters lying in the leaves on the other side of the fence. Too aware of how incriminating they would look if anyone found me with them. I scrambled back up, squeezed through the slit again, and retrieved them, my breath coming faster than it should have for such a small climb. I hid the cutters under a tarp in the corner of the garage and went back inside. My mom was still on the phone. The microwave clock still showed the same smug green numbers. Nothing in the house had changed. The next day, I showed Derek, then Luis, then Tom, then Jess. By the end of that summer, the slit had become our door. That was what we called it when we texted each other. Meet at the door in 10. You going out the door tonight? Every time someone squeezed through, the metal bent a little more, the cut edges dulled by friction and rust. When it rained, muddy water streamed down the fence and collected in little pools at the base, eroding the concrete footing just enough to make the bottom bow outward. We started marking the path to it without really thinking about it. An empty soda can wedged into the crook of a root, a strip of red plastic tied around a low branch, a flat stone turned on its side to catch the light. Tiny, stupid trophies that meant nothing to anyone but us. From the yard, it still looked like a solid wall of trees. From inside the woods, you could follow those little signs straight to the door like breadcrumbs. The sounds of slipping through became familiar, almost comforting in their own way. The scrape of hoodie fabric against galvanized steel, the clatter of a loose link smacking against another. Someone's breath hitching as they ducked so they would not catch their hair. The wet, obscene little squelch of shoes hitting the damp dirt on the other side. The soft slap of water greeting whoever stepped closest to the edge. There is one time, though, that sticks in my mind now for a different reason. We were heading out for one of our usual late-night trips. Derek went first, shouldering the fence aside with practiced ease and sliding through. Jess followed, then Luis. I was last that time. I remember feeling the familiar cold of the metal against my arms as I squeezed in, the familiar catch of my jacket zipper against a bent wire. I stepped down onto the narrow strip of dirt, the smell of the reservoir rising up. In front of me, my friends were already moving toward the rocks, their silhouettes lined in faint orange from the distant gate light. Behind me, the fence swung slowly back toward its usual position, and then, just as the metal was about to settle, it rattled. Not the soft chime it made when the wind caught it, but a sharper, more specific shake, like someone had put a hand flat against it and given it one quick, testing push. The sound ran along the links, a brief, cascading jingle that died in the trees. I turned around, heart kicking against my ribs. The fence loomed where it always did, dark and familiar, my cut edges now lost in the larger bow of the metal. The woods on the other side were just shadows and trunks, and the vague suggestion of my backyard far beyond. No flashlights, no voices, no movement I could pin down. "Did you hear that?" I called quietly. "Hear what?" Derek shouted back from the rocks, already louder than he should have been. "Nothing," I said automatically, turning back toward the water. Probably just the wind. The truth is, there was not much wind that night. The trees were still. The surface of the reservoir was smooth, barely rippling. Back then, I let the explanation sit. The fence rattles. That is what it does. Now, when I lie awake at 3 a.m. and replay that sound in my head, I cannot help wondering if, just that once, the push had come from the other side. 2-2. The good nights at the lake. For a long time, the reservoir was more good than bad. That is part of what makes remembering it so strange. If I only thought of it as the place where I saw something I should not have seen, the story would be simpler. But there were years where that water felt like the only place that made any sense. Some of my favorite nights from being a teenager took place on those ugly, uneven rocks along the near side. We called that stretch the ledge, but that made it sound more dramatic than it really was. It was just a jagged line of concrete and stone where the shore dropped off into the water. Somebody at some point had tried to make it look official. There were chunks of poured concrete with rebar sticking out in places, like a half-finished dock. Over time, the edges had crumbled, leaving pockets and dips where you could wedge yourself in to sit. In the summer, when the heat in the house felt like it was choking you, we would sneak out late, slipping through the door and the fence one after another and picking our way down to the ledge by memory. The rocks still held the warmth of the day, but the air above the water was cooler, sliding across your skin in a way that made you forget, for a second, how close you were to suburbia. We would lie back on the flattest patch we could find, shoulder to shoulder, and stare up. The sky over our town was never really black. There was always a haze of city glow in the distance, a faint orange dome on the horizon that stole half the stars. But there were still enough pinpricks of light to make constellations if you squinted. Planes drifted over sometimes, little moving dots with red and white lights blinking in a rhythm that became familiar. The smells on those nights layered like the sounds. Fresh-cut grass from yards we had walked through earlier clung to our shoes. The thick, green smell of algae from the shallows mixed with the sharp, metallic scent of the deeper water. Cigarette smoke hung low around us, sweet and chemical, depending on who had brought what. The bitter tang of cheap beer fizzed in the air each time someone cracked open another can, foam dribbling onto the rocks and drying into sticky patches that stained the concrete. We talked about everything and nothing. Luis would point at a random light in the distance and say that was where he would live someday, in a high-rise with a view of the water that did not come with warning signs. Jess would flick ash into the dark and say she was getting out as soon as she had enough money and a car that did not make weird noises on the highway. Derek made grand plans about road trips and bands and getting rich off schemes that never moved past the talking stage. Tom, when he spoke up at all, usually just said he hoped to be somewhere quieter. Our voices would rise and fall, and underneath them there was always the constant, patient sound of the lake itself. The water did not crash there, it tapped. Little waves nudged the concrete, slapped at the rock edges with soft, repetitive hits that were easy to tune out until you focused on them. The insects formed a high, steady chorus just beyond the reach of our shoes, in the grass and the reeds and the small bushes that clung to cracks in the shore. Sometimes a fish would break the surface with a sharp, wet flick that made us all jump and then laugh at ourselves. In those moments, the reservoir felt almost like another person in the group, quiet but present, holding our secrets because there was nowhere else for them to go. We gave names to different parts of it. The near side rocks were the ledge, our usual hangout. Further down, where the shoreline curved inward and the concrete dropped more steeply, that was the drop, a place where the water went deep fast, and nobody jumped in unless they were trying to impress someone. There was a big oak tree leaning over that section, its roots exposed where the bank had eroded under it. If you climbed out onto one of the lower branches, you could dangle your feet just above the water and pretend you were in some rural swim hole instead of a man-made reservoir with chemicals and God knows what else in it. On the far side, out of easy reach for anyone who did not want to risk walking the entire way around the fence or breaking in through the official gate, there was a long, shallow stretch we called the beach. It was not a real beach, just a gently sloping patch of gravel and mud where the water lapped quietly and reeds grew in thick clusters. We talked about going there sometimes, making a day of it, but the near side was ours, and that was usually enough. Of course, even in the middle of all that, the lake had its teeth. Adults like to remind us. At barbecues and birthday parties, someone's uncle would point in the direction of the reservoir and say, "You kids stay away from that water. Every year some idiot drowns in there." It always sounded half warning, half urban legend. "Kids drown there all the time if they're stupid," was the line I heard more than once. We shrugged it off the way teenagers shrug off almost everything. We told each other we were not stupid. We knew where the drop was. We could swim. The danger they were talking about felt distant and fuzzy, like the idea of getting old or paying taxes. Looking back, I can remember little things that did not sit right even then. Small, off notes in the soundtrack of those good nights and days. There was a morning we went down earlier than usual, on a weekend when my parents thought I was at the basketball court. The sun was high, bright enough to make the water look less like metal and more like glass. The bugs were still waking up, their chorus thin and tentative. We decided to walk a bit farther than we normally did, skirting along the inside of the fence until we found a spot where we could see the official service road on the far side. The gate at the front was clearly locked. The heavy chain wrapped around the metal bars caught the light every time a car passed out on the main road beyond. But down by the curve, near where the county trucks sometimes parked, the gravel told a different story. There were fresh tire tracks pressed into the dirt there, not the kind you get from one car pulling in and out quickly, but overlapping patterns, deep treads that crisscrossed, some newer, some half erased by the last rain. They led down closer to the water than I had ever seen a vehicle go, right up to the edge of the embankment, and then back again. "Guess the water guys are busy," Derek said, hopping from one dry patch of ground to another. "Maybe there's a leak or something," Tom suggested. I remember standing there, looking at the way one particular track had cut a long, smooth curve through the grass. It had flattened it in this strange, consistent way, like something heavy had been dragged alongside the vehicle instead of carried inside it. There was a bare strip of earth there, a streak where nothing at all grew, running parallel to the tire marks. When the wind shifted, a different scent threaded through the usual mix of mud and algae. It was sharp, oily, clinging, the smell of gasoline or some other kind of fuel. It burned a little in the back of my nose. "Do you smell that?" I asked. "Yeah, man, it stinks," Luis said. "Probably spilled something." We did not stay long. The sun was too harsh, the mood all wrong. We drifted back to the near side, to our ledge, and let the reassuring repetition of our routine smooth over the odd detail. By the time the sun was going down, we had mostly pushed the tire tracks and the flattened strip of grass out of our minds. That is how it usually went. The reservoir gave us more good nights than bad, so when little pieces did not fit, we ignored them. When a sound did not match, when a smell felt out of place, when lights glowed where there should not be any, we wrapped them in lazy explanations. County workers, maintenance, fishermen getting around the rules. There is a kind of self-protection in refusing to imagine the worst. Years later, after I had moved away, after the night with the boat and the barrels and the boot prints, I came across something that made those memories rearrange themselves. I was scrolling through old photos on my phone one evening, clearing out the useless ones. At some point, I had transferred a bunch of images from an even older device, grainy snapshots from before cameras got good. One of them stopped me. It was a faded picture of the four of us, me, Derek, Luis, and Jess, sitting on the ledge in the late afternoon. Our faces were half in shadow, half washed out by the low sun. Our legs dangled over the water, cheap beer cans clustered by our feet. Behind us, the reservoir stretched out, calm and flat, the tree line on the far side drawn in soft, dark strokes. For a second, looking at it, I felt nothing but the usual ache of nostalgia. I could almost smell the grass and the cigarette smoke, could almost hear the distant hum of the highway and the wet tap of water against stone. Then I zoomed in. In the background, beyond our slouched teenage shapes and the blurred line of the shore, there was a form half hidden behind the trees on the far side. The picture quality was bad, all grain and pixels, but the shape was clear enough if you knew what you were looking at. A truck, dark-colored, parked just off the service road, nose angled toward the water. On the rear quarter panel, just above the back wheel, there was a lighter patch, a splash of off-white paint or primer that did not match the rest of the body. It looked almost like a handprint in that resolution, fingers smeared back toward the tailgate. Something in my stomach went cold. I had seen that mark before. Not in person, not clearly, but in fragments. A glimpse of a similar truck rolling slowly past the end of our street one evening when I was looking out the window. a flash of it through the trees when we had heard an engine where no engine should have been. The suggestion of that same patch of mismatched paint caught in the edge of a flashlight beam on the night my phone rang at the lake. Back when the picture was taken, it was just an anonymous vehicle in the background of our lives. Some guy from the next town over passing through. Somebody on county business. Nobody worth thinking about. Sitting at my kitchen table years later, staring at the zoomed-in blur of that truck, it hit me that it had been there more than once. Watching the same stretch of water we loved so much, parked in places that were never meant for public use. The reservoir had always been more than our hangout spot. We just did not want to see what else it was. 2.3. The last week of normal. The last week before everything went wrong did not feel special when I was living it. If anything, it felt like every other sticky, dragging July I had ever known. Only now, looking back, do all the little pieces line up in a way that makes my skin crawl. It was late July, the part of summer where the air feels like it has weight. The local news had started using the phrase heat wave almost every night. Our weathermen stood in front of a map covered in angry red tones and talked about humidity indexes and staying hydrated. But all I cared about was how the heat made our house feel like it was slowly closing in on me. During the day, the sun turned the street outside into a white glare, the asphalt shimmering like it wanted to melt. The air above the driveway wobbled. In the backyard, the grass started browning at the edges, crisping under the assault. The only real shade was under the trees at the back, and even there the air was thick and still, heavy with the smell of sap and dry dirt. Inside, the central air ran almost constantly. You could hear the unit kick on with a low thump, then the ducts in the ceiling of the basement would rattle softly as cold air rushed through. The vents in the upstairs hallway blew out a constant stream of chill that never seemed to make it fully into my bedroom. At night, I slept with the window closed and the fan on high, the blades chopping the air into a noisy, insufficient breeze that just pushed the heat around. My dad complained about the electric bill every time he opened the envelope. He would stand at the kitchen counter, the paper crinkling in his hands, and say things like, "We're not made of money," and "You kids know the AC doesn't have to be on Arctic at all times, right?" I would nod and say, "Sure, Dad," while secretly nudging the thermostat down a degree whenever I passed it. The hum of the AC had become one of the few sounds that made the house bearable. When it shut off, the silence felt as oppressive as the heat. I was 17 that summer, suspended in that unpleasant space where childhood was over, but nothing solid had taken its place yet. I had no real plans for after graduation besides vague ideas about community college and maybe transferring somewhere else later. Most of my friends had at least a story they told themselves. Luis was going to get out somehow. Jess was going to keep driving until she hit a city that felt right. Derek swore he had cousins who could get him into some kind of work that paid cash. I just felt stuck. The town, the house, the basement, the reservoir, they were all familiar to the point of nausea. The only place that still felt like it was mine in any real way was that strip of water behind the fence. When I was standing on the ledge, toes over the edge, watching the black surface of the reservoir shift and breathe, I could almost convince myself I had made something permanent. I had cut the fence. I had opened the door. We had claimed that spot. Everything else in my life felt out of my control. The reservoir was the one thing that didn't. The day before the night with the boat, my mother asked me to ride with her to the grocery store. Her car did not have working AC, just those two front windows that squealed when you rolled them down and let in air that was only slightly less hot than what was outside. I sat in the passenger seat, my t-shirt sticking to the vinyl, sunglasses sliding down my nose as sweat ran slowly from my hairline. On the way back, we took the road that passed the front gate of the reservoir. You could always tell when you were getting close. There was a slight dip in the air temperature, like the water stole heat from the sky, and the smell of damp earth cut through the stink of hot pavement. As we rounded the bend, I saw the gate, and for the second time in my life, it was crowded. 2 county trucks were parked just inside the chain link entrance, their white sides blazing in the sun, doors open. Another, larger vehicle, a boxy van with a blue county seal on the side, sat half on the service road, half on the gravel shoulder. A group of men in high-visibility vests and hard hats stood near the water's edge, looking out over the lake. They were not doing anything, not actively working. No one was running hoses or handling equipment. They were just standing, hands on hips or crossed over their chests, faces turned toward the surface of the water like they were waiting for it to do something. None of them were smiling. Nobody was leaning on a shovel or checking their phone. The mood was flat, serious, almost tense. "What's going on there?" my mom murmured, more to herself than to me. "Maintenance?" I guessed. "Maybe something with the dam." She made a small, doubtful sound and kept driving. The heat swallowed the scene behind us as soon as we passed it, but the image stuck with me. The bright vests, the stillness of the men, the way their attention was fixed on a specific spot near the middle of the reservoir. It did not look like casual inspection. It looked like something already in progress, something that had been going on before we arrived and would continue long after we turned back into our cul-de-sac. That night, I lay in bed with the fan on full blast, the blinds half open to try and catch any weird stray breeze that might find its way through. The neighborhood was quiet in that way only a hot night can be. No one wanted to move enough to make noise. Around midnight, just as I was on the edge of sleep, I heard it. A low engine, not loud, but close enough that it cut through the muffled white noise of the fan. It was not the constant roar of the highway that lived on the horizon, a distant, steady rush. This was more intimate. A short, controlled rev, then a soft idle, like someone was easing a vehicle over uneven ground and tapping the gas in gentle pulses. The sound came from the direction of the reservoir. I pushed myself up on one elbow and held my breath. The engine continued for another few seconds, then cut out. I waited, counting silently in my head. 10 seconds. 20. A full minute. No doors slamming, no car alarms chirping, no voices carrying through the humid air. Just the buzz of insects and the low whoosh of my fan. Eventually, I lay back down. I told myself it was nothing. A neighbor backing into their driveway. Someone starting a lawnmower for some insane reason after midnight. It was easier than entertaining other possibilities. The next night, I heard it again. This time it was closer to 1 in the morning. I had stayed up later, scrolling through my phone in the blue light, the room around me turning into a box of shadows. The sound came just as my eyes were starting to blur, a small engine rumble rising and falling, then stopping abruptly. I sat up immediately, heart thumping, listening in the dark. The same pattern, a single vehicle somewhere between my house and the highway, somewhere low and out of sight. 1 minute there, the next gone. I got out of bed and crossed the room to the window. The floor under my feet was warm. The glass felt like it belonged to a greenhouse. I nudged the blinds aside with 2 fingers and peered out. From my room, I could see our backyard, the pale rectangle of the porch light, the faint suggestion of the trees beyond that. The woods were a solid mass of blackness. No headlights cut through them, No interior lights flared to life in any nearby driveway. The engine, whatever it had been, stayed silent. It happened again the next night, around the same time. Short, controlled, always from that same low direction. Never long enough for me to be sure of make or model, just an impression of movement where there should not have been any. By that point, the sound had started to weave itself into my thoughts during the day. I would stand at the sink doing dishes and glance toward the back window without meaning to, wondering who would be out there so late. What legitimate reason anyone could have for driving near the water in the dead of night. I did not mention it to my parents. My dad would have brushed it off, or worse, gone out to check it out, which was the last thing I wanted. My mom already had a wary relationship with the reservoir after the earlier news reports. I did not want to add more fuel to her anxiety. Instead, I did what teenagers are best at. I compartmentalized. We had other things going on that week. Derek was trying to plan some kind of end-of-summer blowout that he absolutely did not have the budget for. Jess had gotten into a screaming match with her parents about curfews and was half joking about running away. Luis was stuck picking up extra shifts at his uncle's shop. I floated between their problems and my own, feeling like I was watching everything through a pane of glass. School was coming, whether we liked it or not. The future was this big, shapeless pressure on the back of my mind. Every time an adult asked me what my plans were, I had to resist the urge to say, "I don't know," in a tone that sounded more like a question than an answer. In that context, the reservoir became even more important. It was the one piece of my world that felt consistent. The ledge would still be there. The fence would still rattle the same way when I pushed the door open. The water would still smell like algae and metal in summer. Even if I could not plan my life, I could plan one more night at the lake. The night before everything happened, the heat finally broke a little. Late in the afternoon, clouds rolled in from the west, dark and heavy, and by early evening a thunderstorm hammered the town. Rain drummed on the roof so hard it drowned out the TV. Lightning flashed behind the closed curtains, turning the living room white for a split second at a time. The AC cycled off for once, the air cooling on its own as the storm chewed up the sky. By 10, the worst of it had passed. The streets steamed. The air that drifted in through the small gap at the bottom of my window was thick with the smell of wet asphalt and leaves. Somewhere, water from overflowing gutters gurgled into a storm drain. I should have slept well that night, with the air cooler and the fan doing more than just moving hot air around. Instead, I lay awake, restless, flipping from one side of the bed to the other. My sheets felt damp against my skin. Every small sound, a creak in the wall, a car door somewhere, the tick of the clock, sounded amplified. Sometime after midnight, I heard the engine again. It was softer than before, almost like whoever was driving was coasting in neutral for parts of it. There was no thunder to hide it now, just the fading drip of rain from the gutters and the occasional distant hiss of a car on wet pavement out front. The sound came from the same place, the direction of the reservoir, low and behind the house, not from the main road. A hum, a short growl, then a cut to silence. I swung my legs out of bed, padding across the warm floor. The fan blades chopped the air overhead, stirring my hair. I went to the window and pulled the blinds back an inch, squinting into the darkness. The backyard was a patchwork of shadows and pale reflecting surfaces. The porch light was off, but the wet grass caught the faint glow from the street, making it look like a thin layer of oil had been poured over it. Beyond the yard, the line of trees was a darker black against the sky. No shapes moved between them. I was just about to let the blinds fall back into place when a tiny burst of light flickered near where I knew the fence stood. It was brief, no more than a fraction of a second. A small, concentrated flash, like the glow of a phone screen or a camera when someone taps it awake in the dark. It illuminated the trunks of the nearest trees and a hint of metal behind them, then vanished. I froze, breath caught in my throat. Lightning, I told myself. Distant lightning, reflecting weirdly through the trees. A car turning around somewhere out on the main road, its headlights catching the fence just right. Any explanation that did not involve a person standing in the woods behind my house, holding a device that could take pictures. I stood there for a full minute, eyes burning, waiting for it to happen again. It did not. The trees remained still. The night went back to being a wall of humid blackness. Finally, I let the blinds drop. I went back to bed. I listened to the fan and tried to match my breathing to its rhythm. By the time I drifted off, I had almost convinced myself it had just been my imagination, spooked by the storm and the weirdness of the last few nights. Now, of course, I do not think it was lightning. Now, when I replay that flicker of light in my head, all I can see is the idea of someone standing at the fence we thought belonged to us, looking in instead of out, making sure they knew exactly which house, which yard, which set of kids had a private door to their water. 3.1 Basement Vibes at 12:04 a.m. The last normal night did not feel like the last of anything when it started. It felt like every other late summer weekend we had burned away in my basement, with too loud music and not enough air, and the lazy, stupid confidence of kids who believed nothing truly bad could happen to them in a town that boring. The digital clock on the microwave in the kitchen upstairs blinked 11:37 p.m. when Derek rang the side doorbell. I remember looking at the numbers because I was standing there, drinking straight from a carton of orange juice like my dad always told me not to, when the chime echoed down the hallway. The house was dim, the only light coming from over the sink and the green glow of the clock itself. Heat still pressed against the windows from the day, even though the storm had broken some of it. My mom had gone to bed around 10. I knew because I heard her footsteps cross the ceiling over the living room, the bathroom door open and close, then the creak of her bedroom door. The TV went quiet. After that, the house settled into that particular stillness it always had, when only one person was left awake. My dad was at work, on his usual 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. warehouse shift off the interstate. By 11:37, he would be in the middle of that long stretch where time stops making sense and everything is just fluorescent light and concrete floors and the beeping of forklifts. He would not be home until the night was almost over. I tossed the empty carton in the trash, wiped my mouth on the back of my hand, and hit the button to unlock the side door. Derek came in first, like he always did, shoulder blocking the door wider with a laugh that felt too big for the sleepy kitchen. He had a case of beer balanced on his forearm like a waiter with a tray, and he slammed it down on the top of the washing machine with a thud that made one of the detergent bottles tremble. "Delivery," he announced, loud enough that I winced. "Keep it down," I hissed automatically, glancing toward the dark hallway that led to my mom's room. "She's asleep." "She sleeps like the dead," Derek scoffed, but he lowered his voice a fraction. "Relax." Jess slid in behind him, rolling her eyes. The keys to her car hung from a belt loop, jangling with each step as she headed for the basement stairs, like she owned the place. "Your dad's not gonna bust us, right?" she asked over her shoulder. "I like my license too much to lose it for contributing to a minor's delinquency." "You're a minor too," I pointed out. "Details," she said, and disappeared down the steps. the sound of her sneakers on the wooden treads hollow and quick. Luis and Tom followed, both carrying bags that clinked softly. Chips, probably. Maybe more beer. Luis gave me a nod as he passed, that lazy half smile he always put on when he was trying to look more relaxed than he felt. Tom muttered a hello and kept his eyes on his feet, ducking slightly as if the doorway might decide to lower itself unexpectedly. I hit the basement light and followed them down. The room below snapped into being with the buzz and flicker of old fluorescent tubes. The concrete floor was cool under my socks, but the air was thick, heat and old sweat and the lingering ghost of spilled booze. The mini fridge in the corner hummed louder than anything else, its little compressor working overtime to keep the mismatched cans inside cold. We fell into the groove without talking about it. Derek dropped the case onto the pool table, sending the already uneven surface into a tiny wobble. He tore the cardboard open with both hands and slid cans toward everyone like we were at some low-rent casino. I connected my phone to the Bluetooth speaker on the shelf. It chirped cheerfully and then started pumping out whatever playlist I had been listening to earlier. EDM, heavy on the bass, the kind that made the thin basement walls vibrate. The sound bounced off the bare concrete and low ceiling, filling every corner. Mismatched smells layered on top of each other quickly. The chemical citrus of the body spray Luis had clearly overused. The sharp bite of Jess's cigarette where she had lit one at the top of the stairs before coming down. The dense, almost sweet scent of fresh sweat as the room heated up, our bodies adding to the warmth the house had not managed to lose from the day. We played pool, or something like pool. The warped cues and slanted table turned every game into an argument. "That doesn't count," Tom said, as one of Derek's shots went wide, hit the side, and then slow-rolled into a pocket it had no business going near. "It counts if it falls," Derek insisted. "Table likes me." "Table is crooked," Jess said dryly, leaning back against the couch, beer can balanced on her knee. "Like your logic." Luis chalked his cue and grinned. "Let him have it. It's the only time anything in his life goes straight." We laughed. The jokes were not that good, but they did not have to be. The sound of our own voices, loud and unrestrained, was enough. Above us, the house was silent, my mother's sleep thick and oblivious. The mini-fridge buzzed. The AC sighed in the ducts overhead every few minutes, sending a faint vibration through the exposed pipes. At some point, between shots and sips and half-finished stories, the conversation turned, like it often did, to the town itself. Luis started it, leaning on his cue, looking at nothing in particular. "You hear about that thing over on Maple?" "Maple's always got a thing," Derek said. "Which one?" "The fight by the laundromat," Luis replied. "Heard one of the guys ended up in the hospital. They're saying it was gang stuff." "Everything's gang stuff if it happens near that side of town," Jess said, but there was no real dismissal in her tone. Tom cleared his throat. "My mom said they still haven't figured out what happened with that body they found by the tracks last year. She thinks it's connected to the... you know." He jerked his chin subtly in the direction of the back wall. He did not have to say Reservoir out loud. We all knew what he meant. Derek smirked. "Urban legend, man. They say there's bodies everywhere, under the mall, in the quarry, in the old factory. It's like free horror content for bored adults." "Except they really did pull some out of the lake, remember?" Luis said. "The barrels? That was on the actual news." Jess took a drag of her cigarette and exhaled slowly, the smoke curling toward the low ceiling. "Yeah, well, If I had a body to hide, that's probably where I'd put it. We all snorted at that, but the joke hung a little heavier than most. For a moment, the music felt too loud. The bass thumped against my ribs. The air seemed to thicken. I glanced at the small window near the ceiling, the one that looked out onto the strip of grass just before the woods started. All I could see was black. "So," Derek said abruptly, breaking the mood. "Speaking of the lake." He let the sentence dangle there, looking around at us with that familiar glint in his eye. "No," Tom said automatically. "It rained, man. Those rocks are going to be slippery as hell." "Exactly," Derek said. "Adds to the challenge." Jess flicked ash into an empty soda can. "I did not wear these shoes to bust my ass on concrete. Again." Luis shrugged. "We're already half drunk sitting in a basement that smells like a locker room. I vote we upgrade the view." He had a point. The music was starting to feel repetitive. The game on the crooked table had devolved into more arguing than playing. The basement, with all its familiar hums and rattles, was beginning to feel like a box. "I don't know," I said half-heartedly. "My mom's upstairs." "She sleeps like a rock. You said it yourself," Derek replied. "We go out the side, cut through the yard, hit the door, hang for a while, and we're back before your dad even clocks out. Easy." Tom looked at me, eyes darting between my face and the ceiling. "If she wakes up and comes down..." "She won't," I said, more confident than I felt. The truth was, Mom never came down once she went to bed. Not unless there was a thunderstorm bad enough to knock the power out, and the storm was already over. "We'll keep it chill. No screaming, no cannonballs. Just us, like always." There was a moment of hesitation, a wrinkle in the routine where we could have pivoted, stayed, done something else. It lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then Jess sighed, crushed her cigarette out, and stood up. "Fine. If I break my neck on your stupid rocks, I'm haunting you personally. Promise?" Derek waggled his eyebrows. She shoved his shoulder on her way past. Decision made, the energy in the room shifted. We started moving with purpose. Jess went to grab her hoodie from the back of the couch. Luis snapped the Bluetooth speaker off mid-song, and the music died abruptly, like someone had pulled the plug on our little universe. The silence that rushed in after the music cut was almost physical. Without the beat to fill it, all the background sounds stepped forward. The mini-fridge's hum became a low, insistent buzz in the corner. The AC in the ceiling clicked and sighed, metal flexing as the system cycled. Someone's sneakers squeaked on the concrete. A can tab popped as Tom, nervous, opened another beer and took a quick gulp he probably did not need. "Okay," I said, grabbing my own hoodie from the hook by the stairs. "Basement lights off. Keep your voices down on the way out. If my mom wakes up and asks questions, we're just taking the trash out or something. I don't know." Luis snorted. "Taking the trash to the lake. Eco-friendly." I flipped the light switch. The fluorescence snapped off, leaving us in semi-darkness lit only by the small spill of light from the stairwell. The basement shrank in that instant, the corners swallowed up, the familiar chaos of couches and pool table and mini-fridge turning into hulking silhouettes. We filed toward the stairs, Derek in front as usual, Jess behind him, then Luis, then Tom. I brought up the rear, pausing for a second at the bottom to let my eyes adjust. As I started up, I shoved my hand into my pocket and felt my phone. I pulled it out, more out of habit than anything else. The screen flared to life. harsh white light stabbing into my pupils. Battery, 14%. In the top corner, the little bell icon was still filled in, volume at maximum. I had cranked it up earlier to connect to the speaker and never turned it back down. For a second, my thumb hovered over the volume slider. It would have taken half a second to drag it down, to flick the phone to silent like I sometimes did when I did not want notifications going off while my mom was asleep. I even started to move, the pad of my thumb brushing the glass. Then Derek called down from halfway up the stairs. "You coming? Or you gonna marry that phone?" The moment broke. I locked the screen instead and shoved the phone back into my pocket, the bell icon still bright, the ringer still blaringly, obnoxiously ready. It was nothing, just a non-decision in a night full of them. But if I had slid that volume down, if I had hit one button and killed the sound, the entire story I am telling you right now would have unfolded differently. Because a little after midnight, standing by that black sheet of water, that phone would ring. And when it did, the sound would carry a lot farther than I ever meant it to. 3.2, the walk down to the water. By the time we actually left the basement, it was technically tomorrow. We killed the Bluetooth speaker, and the room changed shape instantly. Without the muddy EDM covering everything, the smaller sounds rushed back in. The mini fridge buzzing in the corner, the soft ticking from the exposed pipes in the ceiling, the faint thud of my mom turning over in bed 2 floors up. Derek kicked one of the pool balls half-heartedly. It rolled, hit another, and they clacked together in a way that sounded weirdly loud without the music. "Come on," he said, already halfway up the stairs with the half-empty case of beer tucked under one arm. "Before your dad gets home from the warehouse and decides to actually parent." "My dad is not going to be back until 2, I said, but it came out on autopilot. I checked my phone again instead. The screen glowed 12:14 a.m., battery at 13%, ringtone still up full from when we had used it as the DJ earlier. My thumb hovered over the volume button for a second. I almost turned it down. Instead, I just locked the screen and shoved the phone back into my pocket. We climbed the stairs in that weird, hushed mood that follows too much noise. The house felt deeper at night. Hallway stretched longer, corners darker. The kitchen light over the table was still on, casting a tired yellow over the clutter. Empty pizza box, a couple of solo cups, my mom's folded laundry pushed to one side to make room for us earlier. "Shoes," Jess whispered, pointing at the back door. "Your mom will hear if we go out front." We all knew the drill. We moved like we had done this 100 times because we had. Shoes by the sliding door, laces double knotted. Derek tucked a couple of beers into the pockets of his hoodie, cans clinking softly. Luis grabbed the cheap flashlight from the junk drawer and flipped it on, then off again. "Do not point that at the houses," I said automatically. "You want Mrs. Henson calling the cops before we even get to the fence?" He rolled his eyes but held the flashlight down by his leg like he was supposed to. For a second, as my hand settled on the sliding door handle, I had an almost physical flash of what it would look like from the woods. Our whole kitchen lit up like a display, 5 kids silhouetted in a bright rectangle of glass. Easy target. I shrugged it off, unlocked the door, and slid it open. The night hit us all at once. It was cooler than the basement, but the air was still heavy from the earlier storm, carrying that damp, metallic smell of wet dirt and pavement. The hum of the AC unit on the side of the house blended with the high, constant chorus of crickets. Somewhere down the street, a dog barked twice, and then stopped. The porch light over the back step cast our shadows long and thin across the yard. Beyond that weak cone of yellow, the grass turned into darker, softer indistinctness. then blurred into the jagged line where the woods started. We slipped out, one after another, letting the door ease shut behind us with the least amount of noise possible. I heard the soft thunk as it sealed, and the tiny click as Jess nudged the lock back into place out of habit, even though we were coming right back, supposedly. The first few steps across the lawn were always the same. Shoes sinking just slightly into damp ground, the chilly kiss of dew on exposed ankles, the faint give of earth where my dad's old mower had left faint tracks. We kept our voices low, more from instinct than fear. The whole neighborhood felt like it was sleeping just on the other side of thin walls. It was only when we reached the line where grass gave way to undergrowth that the night really closed around us. The woods behind my house were not big, just a strip of maple and oak and scrub that the builders had left alone because it was cheaper than clearing everything. But at 1 a.m, it might as well have been the beginning of a forest that never ended. The porch light fell off hard at the first row of trees. One step we were in its glow. The next we were under a canopy that ate most of what little light the cloudy sky was giving. Luis flicked the flashlight on, keeping the beam low like we always did, aimed at our own feet and the roots that wanted us on the ground. The path we had worn in over the years was all muscle memory and subtle marks. A slightly flatter stretch of dirt, a gap between two trunks, the place where the ground dipped and pooled after rain. Our legs knew the rhythm, left, right, step long over this route, duck under that branch. Even when our brains were buzzing with beer and leftover adrenaline from stupid basement jokes. The soundscape shifted with the first dozen steps. The AC hum and distant road noise bled away. In their place, the rustle of leaves whispering against each other overhead, the uneven crunch of twigs snapping under our shoes, the soft, sticky squelch of mud where water still clung to lower ground. Every now and then, something small skittered away in the underbrush as we approached, too quick and light to be anything but a squirrel or some other harmless thing. You guys remember when we got lost back here and thought we were in, like, the actual woods? Tom muttered, more to distract himself than anything. We were 10, Derek said. You thought raccoons were mountain lions. Dude, they hissed. And? Their whisper bickering was familiar, but it sounded thinner out here, like the trees were pressing closer to listen. We reached the fence in under 2 minutes, but it always felt longer in the dark. Up close, the chain link appeared out of the black, like something woven out of shadow and dull metal. The flashlight beam picked out its diamond pattern in patches, the wire throwing back cold, silvery highlights. The top rail was darker, rust etched in streaks. Our slit sat exactly where it had for years, slightly lower than the rest of the line. The links sagged and bent in a way you would never notice from a car on the road, but was obvious when you knew what to look for. On our side, the ground dipped a little, creating a shallow bowl of worn dirt where countless sneakers had landed. The edges of it were packed hard, almost shiny with use. All right, one at a time, Jess whispered, already sliding sideways toward the gap. She went through first, as usual, turning her shoulders just right so the twisted metal scraped her hoodie but did not catch. The sound of fabric against fence, shh, always made my teeth itch, like the noise was right against my eardrum. She landed on the other side with a soft thump and a small scrape of shoe on rock. Luis followed, then Tom, then Derek, the panel rattling a little more each time as their weight pushed and pulled at it. I watched their shadows merge and split in the weak glow from Luis's flashlight now angled low on the reservoir side. When it was my turn, I paused for half a heartbeat, palm resting against the cool metal. There was a faint vibration running through it, almost too subtle to register. Could have been my own pulse in my fingertips. Could have been the residue of the others going through. Could have been something else. "Move, man," Derek hissed behind me. "So we are not getting any younger." I exhaled and slipped through. The metal brushed my back, snagged briefly on my belt loop, then let go. My feet landed on the familiar dirt of the other side, and just like that, we were out of our world and in the counties. The air smelled different by the reservoir. There was always that mix of things. The cool, flat scent of still water, the sweet rot of wet leaves along the shore, a faint underlying chemical tang from whatever the county used to keep the place clean. Tonight, there was something else braided into it, an almost burnt, oily note that made the back of my throat itch. "Smells like a garage out here," Luis muttered, wrinkling his nose. "Probably just the storm stirred up trash," I said, though my eyes went automatically toward the far side, searching for headlights that were not there yet. We picked our way down the little slope to the near side ledge. Rocks shifted underfoot, loose gravel crunching. The water appeared in front of us as a long, black mirror, the faint reflection of the cloudy sky and a couple of distant sodium vapor streetlights smeared across its surface. Even after everything that would happen, there is a moment I still think of as beautiful. We settled in our usual spots, Jess on the highest rock, legs pulled in, Derek sitting right at the edge, heels drumming against the concrete. Luis and Tom dropping down beside me on the flattest piece of ledge. Someone cracked a beer open. The hiss and faint metallic pop bounced off the water. Behind us, the woods formed a dark wall. In front of us, the reservoir was a wide, quiet mouth. The town's noise was nothing more than a distant hum. "Tell me this is not better than that basement," Derek said, raising his can a little. No one argued. We talked about nothing for a while. The kind of nothing that feels bigger than it is when you are 17 and the world has not yet taught you how small you really are. Stupid jokes, rumors from school, somebody's older cousin getting arrested. Every now and then, my attention drifted. My gaze snagged on the far shore. Most of it was just black mass, trees on a low rise, their shapes blending together into one uneven silhouette. The curve of the service road was invisible from our angle, but I knew where it should be, tucked just behind that first row of trunks. Once, as I was staring, I thought I saw something faint glint in the darkness, like a small reflection off glass or chrome somewhere between two trees. I blinked, shifted my head a fraction, and it was gone. "Dude," Derek said, nudging my shoulder with his, "you spacing out on us?" "Just listening," I said. To what, I was not sure. The water lapped gently against the concrete and rocks. A slow, wet shush. Crickets trilled. Somewhere on the far side, something small moved through the underbrush, branches ticking against each other in a pattern too light to be human. It was peaceful, in that slightly uneasy way reservoirs always are at night. A held breath. We had no way of knowing that trucks could move in softly, that engines could be killed before they announced themselves, that men who used phrases like batch and last one tonight probably did not slam doors or stomp around. We thought if something bad was coming, it would make noise first. It was probably only 15-20 minutes between us sitting down and the moment we saw the first headlights filter through the trees on the far side. Long enough to relax. Long enough for everything to feel normal one last time. 3.3. Headlights across the black water. From where we were sitting on the ledge, the reservoir looked like a sheet of black glass. The storm earlier had smoothed everything out. There were no waves, just slow, heavy ripples where the rain had hit and then disappeared. The air above it felt cooler than the air over the yard had, but it was a damp kind of cool that stuck to the back of your throat. We had been there maybe 15-20 minutes, long enough for our eyes to adjust fully to the dark, long enough for the sounds to settle into their usual pattern. The insects had come back in force after the rain, crickets in the grass behind us, frogs hidden somewhere along the shore, all of them forming a high, constant drone that wrapped around the edges of our conversation. We were half-turned toward each other, voices low, when the night on the far side changed. At first, it was just a smear of pale movement between two trees across the water, like someone had dragged a flashlight lazily along the trunks and then shut it off. I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, or distant lightning echoing behind the clouds. Then a pair of headlights snapped on, bright and sudden, burning twin holes into the dark. They weren't at the gate. That was the first thing that landed wrong. The official entrance, with its sodium lamp casting that dirty orange glow on the metal bars, was further down, to our left. These headlights appeared deeper along the curve of the reservoir, where the service road cut close to the water but out of sight from the main road. From our angle on the ledge, we could see that stretch clearly through a gap in the tree line. The beams were angled down slightly, catching the gravel of the service road and the lower trunks of the trees in a harsh white wash. Small leaves and branches threw sharp, trembling shadows across the ground. For a second, the light swung outward toward the reservoir, and the surface of the water flashed silver, then returned to black as the truck corrected its path. The engine noise reached us a heartbeat after the light. It was the same low growl I had been hearing at night from my bedroom window, only closer now, more defined. You could hear the tires crackling over the gravel, individual stones popping and shifting under the weight. The motor revved once, then eased back, like the driver was nursing the vehicle along a narrow, uneven stretch. No one needed to say anything. All four of us reacted the same way, like kids who had been trained by years of sneaking around parents and security guards. We ducked. Derek dropped into a crouch so fast his beer sloshed over the rim of the can, dark liquid dripping onto the rock. Jess slid lower against the concrete, pulling her knees up, hair falling forward to break up the bright line of her cheek. Luis folded himself down almost gracefully, eyes locked on the far shore. Tom went rigid and then sank halfway, choosing a compromise between hiding and still wanting to see. The music was off. Our voices cut out. In that sudden silence, the hum of the distant highway felt a mile away, thin and meaningless compared to the very real engine across the water. "Water guys?" Luis whispered, barely moving his lips. "Who drives water trucks at midnight?" Jess murmured back. "Cops?" Tom breathed. The words seemed to tighten the air around us. Derek shook his head, a small, jerky motion. "County doesn't sneak," he muttered. "They come through the gate, flashers on, make a show." I said nothing. My heartbeat had crawled up into my throat. The air felt suddenly colder along my bare forearms. We watched. The truck rolled slowly along the service road, away from the small halo of the gate lamp and deeper into the shadows. It was dark-colored, black or navy, or maybe just coated in enough grime that any real color was buried under it. The headlights were the only clean thing about it, sharp circles of light cutting into the night. As it reached the narrowest part of the path, where the trees bent inward over the road and the soil sloped down toward the water, the engine dropped to an idle. The whole vehicle seemed to crawl the last few feet, tires crunching, then slipping, then gripping again. There was no other traffic sound, no other engine anywhere near it. Then it stopped. The motor cut off with a small, decisive cough, and for a moment, the only sound was the soft ticking of hot metal cooling somewhere inside its hood. Too faint to hear from across the reservoir, but somehow I could feel the absence. The headlights stayed on. In their harsh white wash, we saw the driver's door open. The figure that stepped out was just that, a figure. Too far to make out features, close enough to register as very real and very human. Broad shoulders, dark clothing that broke the line of the body, something like a jacket hanging open. The person moved with a kind of heavy purpose, not rushed, not casual. They went to the back of the truck. The tailgate dropped. The sound did not reach us easily. The insects and the distance chewed most of it up. But we saw the motion, the rear of the vehicle shifting, the gleam of metal as the bed lowered. "Okay," Jess whispered, so softly that I felt the word more than heard it. "This is sketchy." Nobody argued with her. Through the narrow gap between two thick tree trunks on the far side, framed almost perfectly like a camera shot, we saw the shape of something long and dark slide toward the edge of the truck bed. At first, it was just more shadow moving within shadow. The headlights hid it in pieces, as if whatever it was had dips and rises that caught the light unevenly. The figure, just one, as far as we could see, braced themselves and leaned into the motion, dragging instead of lifting. The bundle, because that was the only word that fit, took shape slowly as it descended. It was wrapped in something dark and matte, a tarp or thick plastic that didn't shine so much as absorb the light. It was maybe 6 feet long, maybe a little more, and sagged slightly in the middle as if whatever was inside resisted being forced into a straight line. It was not a clean cylinder. One end bulged more than the other. There were subtle angles under the covering, places where the sides pushed out, then narrowed again. My brain refused for a second to assign any more meaning than that. The person on the far side took hold of what looked like a rope or a strap attached to one end and pulled. The other end slid reluctantly after it, the whole thing slumping off the truck bed with an awkward, heavy motion. For a heartbeat, its full weight hit the gravel, and the end nearest the driver bounced once before settling. Even from across all that distance, we heard the sound of it being dragged. It was not loud, not like a metal barrel clanging or a crate being dropped, but it carried in a way that knotted my stomach. A slow, gritty scrape as whatever material covered the bundle rasped over stones and dirt. The rope or strap hissed over the ground, a lower texture running under the higher, steady skrrk of weight being pulled against resistance. They angled it away from the truck and toward the lip of the embankment. The headlights created a distorted shadow that stretched out behind the moving mass, doubling its length on the ground, making it look like there were two shapes, the real one and a darker echo clinging to it. A faint shift in the breeze brought a smell across the water, a subtle note threaded into the damp scent of mud and algae. It was sharp, chemical, almost like oil or old gasoline, the kind of odor you pick up near garages and behind auto shops. It didn't linger long enough for me to be sure, but once it passed, the memory of it sat stubbornly in my nose. "Tell me that's equipment," Tom whispered, voice shaking. "Tell me that's just, like, pipes or something." "Maintenance stuff," Derek said quickly, too quickly, eyes not leaving the scene. "Could be anything. Could be a kayak. Could be, I don't know, tools." "Who drags tools like that?" Jess said. Nobody answered. From our vantage point, the bundle was fully lit now, halfway between the truck and the water's edge. The driver, if that's what they were, kept pausing every few steps, adjusting their grip, hauling the length of it around a rock or thick root. Each time they pulled, the covered shape bent slightly near one end, flexing in a way that was unnervingly organic. The part of me that spent too much time around my own body and other people's bodies picked up details I did not want it to. How one end of the bundle seemed broader, with a pair of rounded protrusions under the tarp that, if you let your brain go there, could have been shoulders. The way the middle sagged, like a spine pulled against gravity. The way the far end did not stay perfectly stiff, but kinked at a point that could have been hips or knees whenever the rope went slack for a second. "I don't like this," Luis breathed. "Stop staring," Tom said, as if we could just look away and make it all revert to something harmless. I swallowed hard. My mouth felt dry, my tongue sticking to the roof of it. The insect's chorus had become a high, static wall of sound behind everything. White noise that made the real noises. The scrape of the dragged mass. The faint crunch of the figure's boots stand out even more sharply. The driver reached the edge of the embankment and stopped. For a moment, they just stood there, looking down at the water. The headlights behind them turned their body into a silhouette, erasing all detail. From our perspective, it could have been anyone. Young, old, local, stranger. Just a dark shape at the line between land and black liquid. They adjusted their grip on the rope. The bundle shifted again. The end nearest them bent slightly, a clumsy, forced angle that pressed the tarp in at a point that, again, if you let your mind go there, was where a head might have been. Something inside me slammed a door on that thought. Kayak, I told myself. It's a kayak, upside down, wrapped in a cover, or a rolled-up dock section, or a big piece of pipe, some weird equipment we did not understand. Anything but what its outline suggested. The figure braced their legs and began to drag the bundle the last few feet toward the edge, the sound of it sliding over damp ground, cutting across the water in a long, ugly scrape. The leaves at the shoreline shivered with the motion. Gravel skittered down into the dark. My chest felt tight. There was a buzzing in my ears that had nothing to do with the insects now. If I had allowed myself to name what I was seeing, to let the word form fully in my head and sit there, body, everything after, might have unfolded differently. Maybe I would have turned and run sooner. Maybe I would have shouted something. Maybe I would have grabbed the others and yanked them back through the trees before the next part happened. But I did not. I stared across that black water at the long, sagging shape being hauled toward the reservoir and forced my brain to call it anything else. I told myself if I did not name it, it could be anything but a body. 4.1. Watching from the wrong side. If we had been on their side of the water, I do not think they would have done it. Not like that. Not with their headlights on. Not with that kind of deliberate slowness. People only move like that when they are sure no one is watching. We were not supposed to be there. That thought started to loop in the back of my mind the second the truck's engine cut off and never really left. We had slipped through our little door in the fence and come down to the ledge like we always did, convinced the reservoir was ours after dark. Standing there on the near side, hunched low on the rocks, we were seeing something from the wrong angle, from the wrong side of a line we only thought was imaginary. Across the water, framed by the truck's high beams and the faint spill of the sodium lamp further down by the gate, the scene took on the weird clarity of a stage. The figure that had dragged the bundle to the edge of the embankment knelt beside it, just a dark shape on one knee. They moved with the kind of care you use when you know exactly how heavy something is. One hand braced the nearer end, where the tarp bulged more, where it kinked when they pulled too sharply. The other tugged at the rope or strap that had been looped around it. I could not see the knot itself, but I saw the way their elbows bent and flexed, saw them lean their weight in to tighten some part of it, then shift forward to adjust the center of balance. Every tiny motion sent a shiver through the bundle. The covering crinkled faintly, catching light in odd, flat patches. The whole length of it slumped another inch closer to the waterline with each adjustment, like it was reluctantly resigning itself to the slope. Behind the kneeling figure, something else began to move in the dark. At first, it was just the impression of bulk against deeper shadow, a pair of shapes detaching themselves from the line of trees near where the service road curved away. As they stepped into the truck's headlights, metal flashed, a hard, bright glint that made my stomach lurch. Two more people, both carrying something on their shoulders. It took me a second to realize what it was. Not a ladder, not some long piece of pipe or construction beam. A John boat, short, flat-bottomed, aluminum, the kind you see on quiet lakes in early morning, holding bored fishermen and tackle boxes. They had one end each, their hands gripping the rims, the belly of the boat resting across their backs. The boat's underside caught the light in quick, hard strokes as they walked, dull silver broken by patches of grime. One of them took a misstep on the uneven ground, and the whole thing wobbled, ringing softly, a hollow metallic ting that drifted across the reservoir like a fork hitting the inside of an empty sink. No one spoke. The two with the boat came to a stop a few feet from the bundle. They bent their knees in sync and lowered the boat onto the ground. The sound was small but distinct. Aluminum meeting gravel with a hollow clank, pebbles crunching under its weight, the sides of the boat giving a brief shiver as it settled. My breath caught in my throat. I became aware of every noise at once. The frogs were still calling from somewhere near our feet, their low, repetitive croaks pressing in at the edges of my hearing. Crickets stitched a high, relentless buzz along the shoreline, filling the spaces between other sounds like static. The water slapped gently against the concrete below us. A soft, patient tap, tap, tap that had always been comforting and now suddenly felt like fingers drumming on a table. Underneath all of that, my own heartbeat thudded, loud enough that I could feel it in my fingertips. It thumped behind my ears, made my vision pulse in tiny, almost imperceptible waves. Beside me, Derek let out a breathy little laugh that had no humor in it. "This is like a movie, bro," he whispered, the words rushing out on the back of his adrenaline. Like straight-up cartel dump scene. "Shut up," Tom hissed, his voice raw. He was curled in on himself, one hand gripping the edge of the rock so tight his knuckles looked pale even in the low light. "We should go. We need to go." Jess did not take her eyes off the far side. "Drug deal," she murmured, almost to herself. "Has to be. They're dumping, I don't know, product or something. Maybe cops start patrolling the road more, so they're switching it up." "Who drags product like that?" Luis muttered back. "Why the boat?" Nobody answered him. On the far bank, the three figures worked with the efficiency of people who had done this before. The kneeling one stood, dusting invisible dirt from their hands, and joined the other two by the boat. Together, they grabbed the aluminum hull and shifted it closer to the bundle. Metal scraped over rock, a grating, teeth-on-edge sound that made all four of us flinch in unison. The boat lurched and bumped along the ground, its bow dipping briefly into a rut before they manhandled it up again. Gravel scattered around their boots in a spray of dark shapes, rolling downhill toward the water. They turned the boat so that its stern pointed toward the reservoir, and its open interior faced the bundle. The headlights lit the inside of it, empty save for a pair of oars resting along the sides and something small near the prow that might have been a tackle box or a fuel can. One of the figures went back to the truck, disappearing beyond the edge of the beams for a moment. When they returned, they were carrying another coil of rope, the loose end dragging behind them like a tail. It was so quiet on our side that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Every breath I took felt too loud. I realized I had my hand clamped around my own knee, fingers digging into denim hard enough to ache. From the other side of the ledge came a soft, wheezing noise. I turned my head and saw Tom staring down at the rock directly in front of his feet, his chest rising and falling too fast. "Tom," I murmured. "Breathe." He nodded jerkily, swallowed, and forced himself to inhale more slowly. Derek, still half grinning but with his jaw tight, leaned toward me. "You're seeing this, right?" he said under his breath. "Like I'm not crazy? This is really happening?" "Shut up," Luis said again, but there was no bite to it. He sounded like he was trying not to choke on the words. Back across the black water, the three figures turned their attention to the bundle. Two of them took position on either side, bending down to grasp the middle portion of it. The third grabbed the end nearest the water, near where the rope was tied. On some unheard cue, they lifted in a coordinated motion, muscles straining under their dark clothing. The bundled shape rose awkwardly off the ground, sagging in the center under its own weight, the tarp stretching taut in some places and wrinkling in others. For one horrifying second, the far end of the bundle bent downward, creating a sharp angle where there should have been none. It was the exact angle you would see if someone picked up a body that was not fully rigid, hips folding, knees buckling, before it was hauled straight by force. My mind slammed another door. Kayak, I told myself again. Or equipment. Something that can bend like that. Some long, flexible piece of something. They shuffled forward, the weight dragging them toward the waiting boat. Their boots ground into the gravel, the sound a steady crunch that matched the rhythm of their steps. The rope trailing from one end of the bundle slithered over the ground, emitting a soft, rasping hiss as it ground bits of stone into the dirt. The boat creaked as they reached it, metal flexing slightly when they rested one end of the bundle on the gunnel. The headlights gleamed off the aluminum in a sudden flare, then dullened as bodies moved between it and the truck. "Dude, that's not drugs," Derek whispered. The excitement had drained from his voice, leaving something smaller and tighter in its place. Don't say it," Jess cut in, a hard edge in her tone that I had never heard before. "Do not say it." I stared across the water, my vision narrowing until all I could see was the line where the bundle met the edge of the boat. They heaved. In one coordinated motion, the three figures lifted and rolled the bundled shape up and over the side of the John boat. That was when I heard it. It was not a loud sound. It did not echo or ring. If there had been music playing, if we had been talking, if the insects had been any louder, I might have missed it completely. But in that stretched, unnatural silence, it landed clear. A heavy, wet thunk. Not the hollow crash of plastic or the metallic clatter of pipes. Not the rigid smack you hear when a solid object hits a harder surface. This sound had give in it. It was thick, dull, like something with mass and softness dropping into something barely softer, like meat hitting metal. It went straight through me. I flinched, my whole body tightening as if someone had dropped something on the floor right next to me. For a second, the frogs and crickets and water sounds all faded to the background, and all that existed was that single ugly syllable of noise. Thunk. The boat rocked with the added weight, its hull dipping an inch closer to the waterline, then settling. One of the figures reached out reflexively to steady it. Another adjusted the tarp, tugging at a corner that had bunched awkwardly, smoothing it over the lumpy form beneath. Jesus, Luis breathed, barely audible. Nope, Tom whispered. Nope, we need to go right now. That sound dug claws into some primitive part of my brain and stayed there. At the time, I did not have words for why it bothered me more than anything else we had seen so far. It was just a noise, half swallowed by distance and night. But it did not match any of the objects my mind was desperately trying to plug into this scene to make it less what it appeared to be. It did not sound like a boat anchor, or a crate of tools, or a rolled-up section of dock. Years later, standing in grocery store aisles or unpacking bulk bags in my own kitchen, I would hear something like it. A 20-pound sack of rice slipping off a counter, a frozen turkey dropped carelessly on the metal shelf in a restaurant back room, and my entire body would react before my conscious mind caught up. My shoulders would jerk. My heart would stutter. I would turn around too fast, half expecting to see a tarp and a boat and 3 silhouettes lit by stolen headlights. The weight of that night embedded itself in me as much through sound as through sight. Back on the far side, the ritual, if you could call it that, continued. The figures moved around the boat, tying down corners of the tarp, looping ropes over and under the hull to keep the heavy, sagging mass in place. Each knot they tugged tight made the boat creak. Each footstep on gravel seemed louder than the last. We stayed frozen on the near side, watching from the wrong place, hearts hammering loud enough to feel like they might give us away across all that black water. 4.2. Realizing what it probably is after the bundle hit the boat with that awful, heavy sound, none of us moved for a few seconds. It felt like the whole night was holding its breath, waiting to see what we would do next. Tom broke first. "We need to leave," he whispered, voice cracking on the last word. He was hunched in on himself, shoulders up by his ears, eyes bright and wide in the reflected glow from across the water. His fingers were still clamped on the rock, white-knuckled. I could see a tremble running through his forearm. Luis's head snapped toward him. "And go where?" he hissed back. "Through the trees, making a ton of noise while they're right there?" "To not be here," Tom said. "To not be looking at this." On the far bank, the 3 figures were busy. One of them climbed into the John boat, boots clanking on the aluminum hull. The other 2 held it steady from either side, their bodies braced, feet planted wide on the gravel. The person inside bent over the bundled shape, adjusting something, checking the ropes maybe, or securing the tarp where it had slipped. The boat rocked faintly with each shift of weight. Derek swallowed, loud enough that I heard it over the insects. "Dude," he breathed. "If they're just dumping something illegal, that's their problem. We don't need to be heroes. We didn't see shit." "Just dumping something illegal?" Jess shot him a look that was equal parts disbelief and fear. "What do you think this is? A recycling violation?" "Could be toxic waste. Could be stolen stuff. Could be anything," Derek persisted, but his voice lacked the usual swagger. "We didn't exactly knock on a cop's door and ask to watch." Luis shook his head slowly, eyes locked on the boat. "That's not stuff. You heard that sound. I heard that sound." My mouth was dry. I could feel the sweat cooling on the back of my neck, the hair there prickling like it was trying to stand up by itself. I wanted to say something reasonable, grounding, something that would make all of this snap back into a version of reality where we were not crouched on wet concrete watching strangers feed a wrapped shape into a boat at midnight. Nothing came. An ugly thought slid in instead. If we left now, without saying anything to anyone, this could just become another one of those late-night stories, something we scared ourselves with and then smoothed over. We could pretend we had misinterpreted what we saw, that the shape had only looked human from this distance, that nobody ever got hurt. But another part of me, cold and clear, pointed out that if this was what it looked like, if this really was a body, then going home and pretending we had seen nothing was the same as letting it stay down there forever, without a name. "Call 911, that voice said. "From right here. Tell someone what you're seeing while it's still happening." "And say what?" Derek whispered when I gave that thought a voice. "Hi, we're trespassing on county water property and spying on a possible felony from the illegal side of the fence. Can you swing by?" "They can ping the location," Luis said quietly. "They don't need to know exactly where we are. We just say we're at the reservoir. They know the place. They've been here before." Tom nodded rapidly, seizing on that. "Yeah, we have to call someone. If we just leave..." "And if they see us?" Derek cut in. "You think those guys over there are gonna be like, 'Aw man, thanks for doing your civic duty,' and let us walk?" He jerked his chin toward the far side. "Use your brain. People who do this don't leave witnesses. You ever hear my cousin talk about..." "Shut up about your cousin," Jess snapped. "You don't have a cousin in every shady situation in this county." "Guys," I whispered, the word coming out harsher than I intended. My heart was pounding fast enough that it made my voice vibrate. "We can't stay right out in the open like this. If they look up..." As if to underline the point, one of the figures on the far side turned, just for a second, to grab something from the truck bed. The headlights carved his profile into stark lines. Nose, chin, the curve of a hood thrown back. It was too far to see eyes, but the pale oval of his face was suddenly, terrifyingly clear. We flattened ourselves instinctively, pressing closer to the rough concrete. The edge dug into my ribs. Moisture from the earlier rain seeped through the knees of my jeans. "Back into the trees," I said quietly. "We move slow. We stay low. We don't run. Get some distance, then figure out the call." Nobody argued. Moving felt like trying to swim in a dream where your limbs are made of concrete. I could hear every tiny sound we made. The rustle of fabric as Jess slid her legs under her. The scrape of Derek's palm against stone as he eased backward. The soft grunt Tom made when his cramped knees protested. We did not stand up. We did not dare. Instead, we shuffled and crab-walked along the ledge, keeping our heads below the line of the rocks, inching toward where the path climbed into the trees. The whole time, I kept flicking my gaze back across the water, certain that at any second, one of the figures would stop what they were doing and stare straight at us. They did not. Their focus was fully on the boat. The one inside had moved to the stern, checking something near the small outboard motor. The other two were pushing the hull toward the waterline, boots digging into the gravel, shoulders bunched. When they shoved, the bottom of the boat grated over stones with a low, grinding scrape that felt like it was happening inside my teeth. We reached the edge of the ledge and felt our way up the narrow incline toward the trees. The dirt here was still damp from the storm, slick under our shoes. A misplaced step sent a small cascade of pebbles skittering down behind us. I froze when that happened, heart slamming. Across the reservoir, one of the figures paused and straightened up, as if listening. The insects droned on, the frogs croaked, the water tapped against the shore. Then he shook his head once, dismissing whatever he thought he heard, and went back to his task. We slid into the tree line, grateful for the cover even though it meant we could no longer see the whole scene clearly. Trunks rose up around us like dark columns. Leaves brushed our shoulders. The air immediately felt hotter without the slight cool exhaled by the water. From this angle, the truck's headlights became fractured beams, broken by branches. We could still see flashes of movement. The tilt of a head, the shift of a shoulder, the pale streak of the boat's bow as they nudged it deeper into the shallows. But it was footage now, caught through gaps, not the full, terrible panorama we had on the ledge. "We're calling from here," Luis said, pulling his phone from his pocket. The screen lit his face from below, turning his eyes into dark hollows. "They need to get here while it's still—" "Wait!" Jess hissed, grabbing his wrist. "Lights! Kill the screen!" He did, the glow snapping off, plunging us back into darkness. "We get a little further back first," I whispered. "We don't need them seeing a random rectangle of light in the trees on this side. If they look over here and see anything—" The implication finished itself. We moved deeper, using the trunks as shields, putting more bark and leaves between us and the water. My shoulders brushed rough surfaces. A branch snagged my hoodie. The smell of wet earth was stronger here, mixed with the faint, sour reek of old leaf mold. Behind us, toward the lake, a sudden, sharper light flared. I turned my head just enough to see one of the figures on the far side had switched on a flashlight. The beam sliced across the dark like a blade, cutting a bright line over the surface of the water. For a second, it illuminated the faint mist still rising from the reservoir after the storm, turning it into a glowing, floating veil. Then the beam swept sideways, raking the shoreline, bouncing off the aluminum sides of the boat in a bright flash. We dropped even lower, some of us instinctively ducking our heads as if the light were a physical object that could hit us. The beam never came close to our side. It stayed tight, controlled, scanning only their bank and the immediate area around the boat. Still, watching it sweep across the black water made my skin crawl. The flashlight picked out details we had not seen before. The wet marks on the gravel where the bundle had been dragged, the darker patches where rainwater mixed with something else. The way the boat now sat half in, half out of the lake, its stern floating, its bow still scraping bottom. Voices drifted across then, clearer than they had been when all we had heard were grunts and bootsteps. The words were still muffled by distance and the insect's chorus, but the tones came through. Low, irritated, businesslike, not panicked, not arguing about what they were doing. They sounded like men trying to get a job finished before it got any later. "Tie it tighter. Told you not to. Watch the motor." Bits and pieces only, shredded by the night. And then, in a small pocket of stillness, when the crickets seemed to pause and the frogs took a breath, one sentence slipped across the water clean. "This is the last batch tonight." The voice was flat, matter of fact, like someone commenting that they were on their final box of inventory, or their last delivery stop before heading home. Last batch, not last time, not first time. The word lodged in my brain with a cold, precise edge. Batch implied more than one. Nights, plural. Trips, plural. Loads, plural. Whatever they were doing, Whatever was currently wrapped in that tarp and settling into the bottom of the boat, it was not unique. It was part of a pattern, a routine. My stomach rolled. I tasted acid at the back of my throat. In that moment, standing half hidden among the trees with damp bark against my spine and mud soaking into my shoes, it stopped being something we might be misinterpreting and became something we were almost certainly not. They had done this before. They were planning to do it again. And we were standing close enough to witness it that if any of them turned their heads at the wrong time, we would become part of the pattern too. 4.3. The ringtone that broke everything we had managed to pull back maybe 30, 40 yards from the ledge. It felt like miles and inches at the same time. The trees thickened around us as we retreated, trunks standing like dark pillars, branches knitting together overhead. We were bent almost double, moving in a jerky half-crouch along the faint path that led back toward the slit in the fence. Every step was a test. Put your weight down slow. Feel for slick mud or loose stones. Pray the ground did not betray you with a sudden snap of twig or crunch of something dry. The reservoir soundscape came with us, but it felt compressed now. The crickets were still there, but their chorus seemed higher, tighter, like it had been turned up and then shoved through a small speaker. Frogs called from somewhere nearer the shore, their low, repetitive croaks rolling over each other in waves. The gentle tap of water against concrete had become a kind of dull heartbeat at the edge of my hearing, another rhythm layered under the pounding of my own pulse. Add to that the new noises, our clothes whispering against wet leaves, the soft slap of shoes in mud, the quick, uneven breaths that none of us could quite control. Each time a branch brushed against my shoulder, it sounded like a shout. "Slow," I whispered, barely moving my lips. "Step where I step. Don't grab anything that looks dead." No one answered. They just followed, a line of shadows weaving through thicker shadows, our faces occasionally caught in the faint spill of light from the far side. Behind us, through gaps in the trees, I could still see flashes of the scene at the water's edge. The flashlight beam moved in controlled arcs over the boat, over the bundled shape inside it, over the rocks. The truck's headlights held steady, two bright, unblinking eyes. The figures were busy, one in the boat, two at the stern, pushing, adjusting, checking. We were almost at a point where the trees would completely block our view when it happened. It started as a tiny vibration against my leg, so small that for a second I thought a bug had crawled inside my jeans. A fluttering, insistent buzz right over my thigh. Then my pocket lit up. The glow stabbed through the fabric, a bright, rectangular pulse in the dark. Half a second later, the ringtone hit. It was the default one. The happy, bouncy, factory-setting melody I had never bothered to change because why would I? It sounded absurdly bright in the thick, wet night. A cheerful little tune designed for kitchens and classrooms and bus stops, suddenly blasting out under the cover of trees on the edge of a crime scene. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da, dee-da-da. The sound didn't just sit around us. It bounced. I could hear the notes ricochet off the trunks, smear out into the open space over the water, slip between the trees, and explode across the flat black surface of the reservoir, like someone had skipped a stone made of pure noise. Every insect seemed to pause. The frogs went quiet on a dime, like someone had hit a mute button on them. The only things in the world for an instant were that stupid, upbeat melody and the hot, sudden flash of horror behind my eyes. We all froze mid-step. Jess's hand flew to her mouth. Tom's eyes went so wide I could see the whites even in the dimness. Luisha's head jerked toward me, his expression a perfect mix of disbelief and terror. Derek's reaction was all edge. "Turn it off," he hissed, the words ripping out of him like a tear in fabric. "Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off." My hands suddenly felt useless. I fumbled for the phone with fingers that had gone slick with sweat and mud. When I yanked it out of my pocket, my palm smeared dirt across the screen, streaks cutting through the glowing caller ID I barely registered. The ringtone chirped on, each note feeling like it punched a hole in the dark. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da. I tried to hit the volume button and my thumb slipped. The case was wet. My hands were shaking. The phone nearly jumped out of my grasp, and I clamped down on it too hard, my nails scraping plastic. Hit the side," Luis whispered urgently, close enough now that I could feel his breath on my cheek. "I am. My thumb slid again, smearing more mud. Instead of the quiet, I managed to swipe my way to the lock screen, the keypad flaring brighter. The ringtone looped. Second cycle. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da, dee-da-da. It seemed louder this time, bragging almost, like it was proud of itself for finding us out here. I could actually hear the echo of it bounce back from the far bank a fraction of a second later, a ghost of the tune riding in on air that felt suddenly colder. Somewhere, a part of my brain made a note that I had never, in my entire life, heard a sound carry that clearly across the reservoir. "Kill it!" Derek's whisper was a strangled, panicked rasp. "Dude, they can hear that! They can hear that!" My fingers finally found the right spot. I mashed the side button once, twice. On the third press, the sound cut mid-note, the sudden silence almost painful. The screen dimmed to its lock state, then went dark, leaving an afterimage floating in my vision. The whole thing probably lasted 5, maybe 6 seconds, long enough for the ringtone to play 2, almost 3 bars. It felt like a full minute. We stood there, a clump of bodies in the trees, muscles locked, lungs stalled, listening to the consequences roll out. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, across the water, all 3 heads snapped up. The figures by the boat turned as one, shoulders twisting, bodies angling toward our side of the reservoir. The one inside the boat straightened fully, hand still resting on the bundled shape, posture gone rigid. The flashlight beam swung. It sliced away from the shoreline and hissed across the surface of the water in a bright, narrow bar, like a blade being drawn along dark glass. For a second it lit the low mist still hovering above the lake, turning it into a glowing streak. Then the light climbed the near bank, scanning the rocks where we had been sitting minutes before. My heart slammed so hard, it felt like it might break my ribs. The beam kept moving, jittering slightly as whoever held it adjusted their grip. It passed over the lower trunks of the trees near the water, making their wet bark gleam. Leaves flashed lime green for an instant, then dropped back into black. Then it reached the cluster where we stood. The light did not hit us dead on. Not fully. The trunks and brush we had put between ourselves and the shoreline did their job, absorbing most of it. But I watched the beam pause on our section of the woods, hanging there, trembling almost imperceptibly. It washed over a tangle of branches a few yards in front of us, turning the gaps between them into bright holes. I held my breath so hard my chest ached. My entire body tried to make itself smaller, as if shrinking could somehow render me invisible. Next to me, I felt Tom shaking. Jess's fingers dug into my arm, nails biting through the fabric of my hoodie. Luis had his eyes squeezed shut, jaw clenched. Derek, unnervingly, had gone completely still. The only sign he was not a statue was the quick pulse in his throat. The flashlight beam hovered for a count of 1, 2. Then someone on the far side spoke. "Did you hear that?" The voice was male, roughened not by fear but by annoyance. The words carried clearly in the strange, concentrated quiet after the ringtone. "Yeah," another answered, lower, closer to the truck. "Phone. Over there." The beam shifted a few degrees, tracing slowly along the line of the trees on our side, searching. It climbed higher, up the trunks, grazing the lowest branches. The bright circle of light flashed briefly near my face, close enough that I instinctively flinched and turned my head away, cheek pressed against rough bark. I felt more than saw it move on, sliding past us. For a second, as the beam swept, it caught one of the men full on. He was standing near the bow of the boat, half turned in our direction. The hood of his jacket had fallen back at some point, either from exertion or carelessness, and the light hit his face in a harsh, unforgiving strip. He did not look like a movie monster. There were no jagged scars, no wild eyes, nothing exaggeratedly evil. He looked tired. Late 30s, maybe early 40s, lines etched deep around his mouth like he had been frowning for years. His eyes, in that moment, were narrowed not in rage but in irritation, like a guy whose shift had just been made longer by some avoidable inconvenience. There was something in that expression that scared me more than any snarl would have. He looked bored by the fact that there might be witnesses. He followed the flashlight's beam with his gaze as it tracked along the trees. When it hit the section where we crouched, he squinted slightly, as if trying to pick out shapes in the mess of trunks and leaves. For one moment that stretched thin as paper, I had the sickening certainty that he was looking directly at me. I could not see his eyes clearly from that distance. Not really, but my body believed it. My skin crawled the way it does when you feel someone staring at the back of your head in a crowded room. Then he lifted his arm and pointed. Not straight at us, but close, around, he said, that same flat-edged tone. That way. He gestured along the curve of the reservoir, in the direction where the path through the trees would eventually spit us out closer to the fence, closer to my backyard. The implication was clear, even from a distance. Someone was going to circle. They were not just going to trust that the night had swallowed the noise. On our side, in the dark that suddenly felt 10 times smaller, my stomach dropped through the forest floor. Until that gesture, I had been able to pretend we were still just audience, uninvited but unseen, watching a terrible thing from the safety of the shadows. In that moment, with his arm extended and his finger cutting the air in our direction, that illusion died. That was the exact second I stopped being an observer and became a problem. 5.1, running along the wrong side when he pointed and said, "Around," whatever thin thread of control we had snapped. There was no whispered plan after that, no careful retreat. Our fear finally caught up to our bodies and took over. We ran. 1 second we were crouched in the trees, trying to be nothing, trying to be silence. The next, we were a mess of limbs and breath and instinct, shoving off in the same direction without needing to say it out loud. Follow the fence, get back to the slit, get home. The ground under the trees was a mix of mud and old roots, slick leaves and hidden rocks. My first step almost went out from under me. My shoe slid sideways, and for one dumb heartbeat, I pictured myself going down hard, face first into the wet dirt, phone flying, bones cracking loud enough to echo. My muscles reacted before my mind finished the thought. I windmilled my arms, found my balance, and pushed harder. The fence appeared on our left, like a dark, endless wall. Up close, it was almost invisible, just a slightly deeper black in the night. The faint suggestion of vertical lines where the posts stood. My shoulder brushed it as I ran, and the cold bite of the chain link against my hoodie sleeve made me flinch. The metal vibrated from the impact, a low, rattling tsk that traveled along its length like a shiver. The reservoir was on our right, hidden most of the time by the trees and scrub that clung to the bank. Every few yards, there was a break where the land dropped away sharply, and I caught a glimpse of the water. Flat, black, waiting. The thought of tumbling off the edge and splashing down into that dark, with the boat somewhere out there, was enough to keep me hugging the fence tighter than I should have. Our footsteps were a full-blown percussion section. Shoes slapped wet earth. Mud sucked at our soles with obscene little chupped sounds, some of it splashing up onto our jeans. Branches whipped at our arms and faces, snapping back with sharp cracks. The fence chimed and clanged beside us every time one of us misjudged our distance and hit it with a shoulder or elbow. Somebody's breath had already gone ragged. Quick, high, wheezing pulls of air like they were inhaling through a straw. It might have been Tom. It might have been me. At that point, the sound of all of us blurred into one long, panicked exhale. Slit! Luis gasped somewhere ahead of me. We just get to the slit. Where is it? Jess shot back, voice shaking. Where is it exactly? I can't see. Left, Derek panted. Keep the fence on your left, we'll hit it. It's right by that bent. He cut himself off, either to save breath or because he realized in the same instant I did how useless that description was. In daylight, the slit was obvious if you knew where to look. The cut metal sagged differently. The surrounding posts leaned a little. We had memorized the landmarks. A maple with a split trunk, a particularly square rock, a patch where the ground dipped and filled with rainwater. In the middle of the night, under a weak wash of borrowed light and with your heart trying to hammer its way out of your chest, every tree looked like that maple. Every shadow looked like that rock. Every panel of fence was just another rectangle of black wire running into forever. Our secret door had disappeared into the sameness. Panic sharpened into something meaner. I forced myself to look, really look, even as we ran. My eyes dragged along the fence, straining for any irregularity in the pattern. A section that bowed more, a post that leaned at a different angle, a piece of wire that caught the scant light wrong. But the world had narrowed to tunnel vision and motion blur. The fence was a stuttering wall of verticals, flickering between trees and darkness as we bounded past. Behind us, across the water, and then along it, came another set of footsteps. Heavier, slower, but steady. Boots, not sneakers, hitting the packed dirt of the service road on the far side with a solid thud, thud, thud. You could hear the difference immediately. The weight, the confidence. Ours were messy, stumbling, full of skid and slide and small, frantic corrections. Theirs were measured, purposeful. Every so often, one of them would shout something, the words carrying in jagged little bursts. Watch your step. Stay close to the bank. Keep your light low. The flashlight beam bobbed and swung on their side, marking their progress like a moving wound across the tree line. Sometimes it disappeared behind a thick cluster of trunks, only to reappear yards closer. Once, it swept out over the water again in a quick pass, as if checking that nothing unexpected had appeared on the surface. The reflected light skittered across the reservoir, jagged and broken by ripples. The combination of those two rhythms, our chaotic scramble on one shore Their methodical advance on the other made the entire reservoir feel like it was closing in on us. There was no sense of open space anymore. Just two thin corridors on either side of something deep, and we were stuck in one of them, with a fence hemming us in on the other side. "Where is it?" Jess gasped again, her voice breaking. "I don't see it, I don't—" "Keep going," I said, though I had no more idea than she did. "We'll hit it. We always do. Just don't stop." "Easy for you to say," Tom wheezed. "I can't, He cut off in the middle of the sentence, his breath hitching in a way that made me glance back over my shoulder. His face, in that fleeting look, was slick with sweat, his hair plastered awkwardly across his forehead. His eyes were wide, unfocused, like his body had outrun his ability to process what was happening. "Just 5 more minutes," I lied. "Then we're there." 5 minutes meant nothing in that darkness. Time had stretched into something elastic, stretching and snapping without warning. For all I knew, we had been running for 15 seconds or 15 minutes already. The fence to our left clanged suddenly, loud and sharp. It was not from one of us hitting it this time. This sound came from just ahead and slightly beyond, a metallic crack that rang along the wire and shot down the posts into the ground. We all skidded, half instinctively. Dirt slid underfoot. Someone's shoulder plowed into my back, and I stumbled forward, palms shooting out to catch myself against the fence. The chain link bit into my skin through the fabric, digging little diamond shapes into my hands. The metal vibrated wildly under the impact, humming a wild, shuddering buzz that traveled up my arms. For a heartbeat, I thought one of us had finally gone into it full force. Then I realized the angle was wrong. The sound had bounced through the metal from the other side. Somebody over there had hit the fence. We froze, all of us panting in the dark, pressed up against that vibrating barrier like it might decide which side to keep. On the far bank, the flashlight beam jerked toward the sound, sliding upward from the ground to the fence line. It caught the top of the chain link in a brief, harsh strip of white. In that instant, I saw it bend slightly, then snap back, the way it did when someone put their weight against it, and then let go. "Check the line," a voice called from across the water. "Make sure there's no break." Another voice, closer to the impact point, answered something I could not make out. Then there was another clang, nearer to us this time, a heavy hand or boot slamming into the mesh experimentally. The vibration shuddered through the fence again, this time strong enough that I felt the posts in the ground tremble against my shoulder. They were walking the perimeter. The thought landed with ice-cold clarity. They were moving along their side, testing the metal as they went, listening for what? A different sound, a dead spot, a place where the fence did not hit back the way it should, a place where someone had cut it. My breathing went shallow. If they find our slit before we do. The idea flashed through my mind in a single blinding instant. I pictured one of them kicking the section we had mangled over the years, hearing the softer rattling thump instead of the usual taut clang. Pictured them finding the sagging cut where the links bowed inward easy, the edges rusted by our hands and years of rain. Pictured them stepping through, boots landing in the same little hollow our sneakers had worn into the dirt on the inside. Between the fence and my backyard, between them and the door to my house. "We have to move," I said, the words scraping out of my throat. "Now." No one argued. We peeled ourselves off the metal and pushed forward. The fence still vibrated faintly under my palm for a few steps, humming like a wire under tension. Ahead, in the uneven dark, every panel looked like the last. Left, 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 my brain chanted along with the pounding of my feet. Just keep the fence on your left and the water on your right, and at some point, somewhere, you'll hit the one place where the world breaks. Behind us, another impact, another test hit, another clang that rang slightly wrong. Or maybe I was imagining it now, hearing threat in every sound. They were coming along their narrow corridor of dirt and trees and water. We were sprinting blind along ours. 5.2. The hole that was not where it should be. It is amazing how fast something you know by heart can turn into a stranger when fear is involved. In my memory, the slit in the fence had always been a fixed point. It was like a landmark you could count on in a dream, no matter where you were in the woods. If you angled back the right way, you would find that sagging rectangle of chain link exactly where it belonged. We had cut it. We had widened it. We had crawled through it hundreds of times. It was as much ours as the basement or the ledge, until we needed it. We were still running, but it was that ugly, broken kind of run that happens after the first blast of adrenaline burns off. Our steps had gone from clean strides to half stumbles, legs heavy, lungs burning. My chest felt like it was full of wet towels. My shirt clung to my back, cold and sour with sweat. "Watch for it," I rasped, more to myself than anyone else. "It's here. It's gotta be here." We started dragging our hands along the fence as we moved, like blind people feeling their way through a room they used to know. My fingertips slid over cold metal, bumping over each precise twist where one wire crossed another. Every few panels, my knuckles clipped a post, the solid thunk of rusted steel against bone sending a jolt up my arm. All of it felt wrong. The cut section, our section, should have given under pressure. It should have flexed easier, bowed inward with just a little push. I kept waiting to feel that familiar slack, like a loose tooth in a mouth full of solid ones. Panel after panel, everything was rigid. The links were tight and unyielding under my palms. The welds at the posts held firm. There was no forgiving gap, no sag, nothing but a continuous humming wall. The smell of wet metal and mud pressed in on us. The storm from earlier had left the fence slick. Every time my hand slid, it picked up a thin film of grime and rain, mixing with the dirt and sweat already there. The air was thick with the reservoir's breath. Stale water, algae, the faint, sour tang of decaying leaves. My nose burned with it. "Where is it?" Jess gasped, voice fraying. She was a few steps ahead of me, one hand skimming the mesh, the other reaching out to push branches aside. "It should be here. We always come out around here." "Maybe we overshot it," Luis panted. "Maybe it's back there." "I am not going back there," Tom choked. "I can't. I'm not." He cut off as his foot snagged on a root, and he lurched forward, slamming shoulder first into the fence. The impact made the entire section shiver, a harsh metallic rattle that seemed to slice the night open. We all froze. A second later, almost like a call and response, a beam of light flared on the far side. The flashlight swung up from somewhere near the service road and nailed the fence a few panels away from us, turning the chain link into a grid of hard, white lines. For a heartbeat, I saw our reflections ghosted in the metal, distorted, broken into squares. Then the beam jerked and began to sweep back and forth slowly, searching. In that strobing movement, our faces kept flashing in and out. Derek's skin looked almost gray, sweat shining on his forehead, his mouth open as he tried to get air. Jess's eyes were huge, pupils blown wide, lips pressed together in a tight line to keep any sound from escaping. Luis had that same slack, stunned expression I had seen on people in minor car accidents. Half there, half someplace else. Every time the light passed over us, we flinched, even if it did not land directly on our faces. The instinct was too strong. "Down!" I hissed. "Stay low! Stay by the posts!" We dropped, crouching so close to the base of the fence that I could smell the mud caked around the concrete footings. It had the deep, mineral stink of earth that did not see much sun. Grass and weeds crept up around the edges, slick from the earlier storm, bending under our weight as we pressed into them. The flashlight beam kept combing the line, haloing sections of fence, then moving on. Somewhere beyond that artificial day, I could see their silhouettes, 3 dark shapes on their side, moving along the perimeter. Every so often, one of them would slam a hand or boot into the mesh, testing the integrity. Each impact sent a sharp clang racing down the fence, turning the whole barrier into a ringing, vibrating instrument. "They're checking for breaks," Luis whispered hoarsely. "They're looking for what we cut." Jess, still panting, ran her fingers more deliberately along the base of the fence now, feeling for anything. Loosened bolts, cracked concrete, twisted wire. "Come on," she murmured under her breath. "Come on, come on." My own hands mimicked hers automatically, palms gritty, fingertips numb. Every joint where the mesh met the posts felt identical. Every segment of concrete footing was the same cold, smooth hardness. Then her tone changed. "Here," she breathed. I snapped my head toward her. She was crouched 2 panels ahead, her palm pressed against a section of fence that, at first glance, looked no different than the endless ones before it. "What?" Derek rasped, skidding up beside her. Jess shifted her weight and shoved her shoulder into the metal. The fence gave. Not much, not enough to be obvious. But where every other panel had pushed back like a solid wall, this one moved a fraction of an inch more. A soft, yielding shudder that rippled up to the top rail. "The footing," she hissed. "Look." I dropped lower, squinting at the base. The concrete block holding that post was not as clean as the others. A hairline crack ran through it, jagged and spidered, wide enough in one spot that a tuft of grass had forced its way out. Some old freeze-thaw cycle, some roots, had done a number on it. The post leaned just a fraction off true. It was not our slit. It was not the careful cut we had nursed into a doorway over years. But it was something. "You think it'll—" Tom could not seem to finish the sentence. Jess's jaw tightened. "We don't have time to think." She backed up half a step, turned so that her shoulder lined up with the post, and threw her weight into it. Hard. The fence shrieked. The sound was horrible. Metal grinding against metal, the post groaning in its cracked footing, links stretching in protest. It was loud in a way that felt physical, needling into my ears, rattling my teeth. I saw Derek wince, one hand flying up to clamp over his own mouth, as if he could smother the racket by sheer force of will. But the panel moved. The bottom kicked inward, the top dragging reluctantly with it, the whole section bowing just enough to open a narrow wedge between it and the next post. Bits of crumbling concrete spat out at the base, skittering over my shoes. The rebar moaned unseen inside its rotten socket. "Again!" Luis urged. Jess set herself and slammed in once more, the metal bit deeper into her shoulder this time. I heard her grunt under her breath. The air knocked out of her for a second. The fence protested even louder, but the gap widened. Now a dark slit big enough for a desperate 17-year-old to squeeze through if they did not mind leaving skin behind. On the far side, the flashlight beam jerked back our way. "What was that?" a voice called, closer now. "No time," I snapped. "Go!" Tom did not need to be told twice. He practically dove at the gap, shoving his upper body through first, twisting his shoulders sideways to fit. The cut links, already rust-weakened in places by age and weather, bit at his hoodie, snagging threads, scraping his arms. He kicked once, hard, shoes scrambling for purchase on our side. Then he was gone, tumbling through onto the narrow strip of grass behind my house with a muffled thud. "Move!" Derek hissed at Luis, giving him a shove. Luis slid in next, gritting his teeth as the rough wire scraped his back. His phone caught on the mesh for a second, tugging at his pocket, and I reached up instinctively, freeing it with a jerk. He vanished after Tom, landing in the dark with a soft curse. Derek followed, swearing under his breath the whole way, more from fear than anger. The fence pinched the side of his face as he forced his head through. When he pulled the rest of himself after, there was a faint tearing sound as the hem of his shirt gave. Then he was out, his silhouette popping up briefly on the other side as he straightened. The flashlight beam hit the fence 2 panels down. It washed upward in a quick sweep, catching the top rail, then started to scan sideways. Each diamond of the mesh lit up as it passed, a grid of white that advanced toward us like some awful, sterile tide. "Go," Jess said, shoving at my shoulder and the post at the same time. "You next." "I'm last," I said automatically. "You go." Her expression twisted into something ugly. "Do not be noble right now, just..." The light slipped 1 panel closer. "Jess." I grabbed her arm. "Please, go." She hesitated for half a second, then swore, low and vicious. "You better be right behind me." She dropped into a crouch and pushed herself into the gap. Her hair caught on one of the twisted ends. She jerked her head, and a few strands ripped loose, drifting down in the dark. I put my hands on the post and hauled it inward with everything I had, widening the wedge as much as I could. She slid through, boots scuffing my shins in her haste, and then she was gone, stumbling onto the other side with the others. The flashlight hit the panel next to us. For a second, everything in front of me was white geometry and shadow. I saw individual drops of water clinging to the metal, glittering. I saw the hairline crack in the footing like a black vein. I saw my own hand, pale and filthy, gripping the post so tight the tendons stood out like cords. "Last one," I heard a voice say on the far side. Close. Too close. "Check down here." My body moved before my brain could freeze it. I ducked, dropped to one knee in the mud, and thrust myself into the gap. The wire scraped along my spine, snagging the back of my shirt. My shoulders jammed for a fraction of a second, and I gasped, forcing myself to exhale, to collapse my chest and grind forward. Halfway through, the flashlight swung. The beam hit the gap dead on, turning the narrow slice of space I occupied into a bright, exposed wound in the fence line. I saw it all in one horrible, overlit frame. My own legs still on the reservoir side, jeans streaked with mud, shoes slick. The inside of the fence around me, rust and torn links inches from my face. Beyond that, through the widening angle of the bowing panel, the lower half of a man's body, dark pants, heavy boots planted in the dirt on the service road, the beam coming from chest height, held low just like they had told each other to. "Hey!" he barked. The word cracked across the space between us, close enough that it felt like it was shouted directly into my ear. There was no irritation in it this time, just sharp, sudden focus. I kicked, hard. My shoe slipped once on the wet ground, then caught on a buried root. I pushed off it with everything I had left. The fence scraped along my calves, the metal biting a hot line into my skin through the denim. In that same second, I felt it. Something cold and fast brushing the air just behind my heel, like fingers splayed wide, reaching. He was close enough to touch me, for the smallest, most stretched out heartbeat of my life. I was sure I would feel a hand close around my ankle, yanking me back into the fence, pinning me between metal and mud and the open reservoir. Instead, momentum won. My hips cleared the gap. My back slid past the worst of the twisted wire. Gravity tipped me forward, and I shot out of the hole, landing hard on my palms and knees on the grass of my own backyard. The breath punched out of me in a rough animal sound. The flashlight beam flared once more through the gap behind me, then jerked sideways as the fence snapped partially back into place, the bow narrowing. "Run!" someone shouted. Maybe Derek, maybe me, maybe all of us at once. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding, ears full of blood and the metallic taste of adrenaline. We were on the right side of the fence now, but that did not mean we were safe. 5.3, woods, backyard, and the sound at the fence. Getting through the fence did not feel like the end of anything. It felt like falling out of one nightmare and straight into another. We were on my side now, on the safe side, the side with houses and mailboxes and garbage pickup on Tuesdays. But there was still a strip of woods between the fence and the yard. Up close, it felt thicker than it ever had walking the other way. The trees seemed closer together, the underbrush taller, every branch angled just right to grab at us. "Go!" I wheezed, scrambling to my feet. "Straight. Just go straight." We plunged into the trees. The narrow path we had trampled 100 times in the opposite direction might as well not have existed. Our panic wiped out whatever muscle memory we might have had. We were just bodies forcing their way forward, shoving through low branches, crashing over exposed roots. Leaves slapped my face, cold and wet from the earlier storm. Thin twigs scratched at my cheeks and neck, snatching at my hoodie, snapping back into my eyes. I felt one catch the corner of my mouth and slice a tiny line there. The taste of iron bloomed along my tongue a second later. The ground was worse. Roots curled across it like veins, half hidden under damp leaves waiting for ankles. My foot caught on one, and I pitched forward, catching myself with my hands against a tree trunk. The bark was rough and slick, the moss cold and slimy under my fingers. My shoulders jarred. Pain shot up one arm. Behind me, someone blundered into my back. Luis, I think, and ricocheted off with a strangled curse. Sorry, he gasped. Keep moving, Jess panted somewhere ahead. Almost there, come on. My heartbeat had moved from my chest into my head. I could hear it pounding in my ears, a thick, drumming pressure that made the rest of the soundscape feel distant, like it was coming from outside a window. But the noises from the fence still made it through. The metal behind us was alive with vibration. Every few seconds, there was another sharp clang, as if someone had grabbed the mesh and shaken it hard. It rang up the posts and out into the trees, an ugly, humming note that seemed to chase us. Between those hits came muffled voices, broken by distance and leaves. Over this way, check the corner. Where did they? I could not hear full sentences, just fragments and tone. The tone was enough. The calm, almost bored quality from the lakeshore was gone. This was sharper, lighter, threaded with annoyance and effort, not panicked, not yet, but focused. Once, very clearly, I heard someone curse, a short, vicious word that snapped across the space between the trees like a thrown rock. A heartbeat later, the fence screamed again. That drawn-out metal-on-metal shriek that meant somebody had just put real weight into it. I tried not to picture them on the other side of it, hands gripping where mine had been minutes earlier, faces turned toward the gap we had forced open. I tried not to picture them stepping back, turning, counting fence posts, mapping distance to the nearest row of dark houses. Branches thinned ahead of us. The black gave way, shade lifting. We broke out of the tree line in a clumsy explosion of bodies and sound. 1 second I was ducking under a low-hanging limb, the smell of crushed leaves jammed up my nose. The next, my shoes hit the softer sponginess of our back lawn, and I was out under open sky again. The porch light had come on. I do not know when that happened. Maybe the motion sensor had picked up the frantic movement in the yard. Maybe my mom, half asleep upstairs, had gotten up to get a glass of water and flipped it on out of habit. All I know is that when we burst out of the trees, the whole scene was washed in this sickly, familiar yellow. The grass glowed dull green under it, each blade catching the light along one edge. The cheap plastic chairs by the little fire pit looked ghostly, pale backs turned toward us. The grill in the corner of the patio, a rusting black hulk my dad swore he meant to fix, threw a long, warped shadow across the concrete. And us, mud-splattered, panting, eyes blown wide. Looked like we had been dropped from some other movie into a suburban commercial. Derek stumbled to a stop first, bending over with his hands on his knees, sucking in air hard enough to whistle. Jess staggered a few steps past him, then turned in a slow circle, as if confirming that this was, in fact, real. Luis put a hand on the side of the house to steady himself, leaning his forehead briefly against the peeling siding. Tom made it about 3 feet from the edge of the woods before his body gave up. He dropped to his knees in the grass and threw up. The sound was wet and abrupt, cutting through the insect noise that had started up again. I jerked at it, nerves still wired so tightly that anything sudden felt like a gunshot. The sour, acidic smell hit the air a second later, mixing with cut grass and damp soil. "Sorry," he choked between heaves. I'm sorry." "No one cares," Jess said, voice shaking. "You're fine. You're fine." We were not fine. The AC unit on the side of the house kicked on, making its familiar low rumble. Under any other circumstances, that sound would have been comforting, part of the background hum of home. Right then, it just contributed to the feeling that the world had split. The normal noises of my life were still happening, overlaid on top of something that should not exist on this property. I realized I could hear the TV from the living room faintly. Some late-night show my mom had left on a sleep timer. Laughter, canned and distant, burbled through the closed windows like it belonged in a universe 2 doors down. "Inside," Luis said roughly, straightening up. "We need to get inside." "Yeah," Derek agreed, wiping sweat from his face with the back of his hand. His voice had a wild edge to it. "Call somebody, lock the doors. Dude, we need to..." I did not move right away. I turned back toward the woods instead. From the yard, the tree line was just a solid block of darkness, a jagged wall of black against a slightly lighter sky. The porch light spilled only a few feet into it, brushing the nearest trunks, making their wet bark shine. Beyond that, the woods swallowed its own details. The fence was invisible from here. I knew roughly where it was, knew that there was only a thin strip of trees between it and my yard, but standing there in the yellow light, it might as well have been miles away. We all stopped talking at the same time. It was not planned. Something in the air just shifted, and every throat closed. The AC hummed, the TV murmured, The faint whine of a car a few streets over drifted in and faded. For 2 long seconds, the night felt hollowed out. Then, from deep in the dark under the trees, there was a sound. Not the huge, crashing noise I had been bracing for. Not the break of branches as someone tore through, or the heavy slam of a body hitting the fence again. Just a small, deliberate clink, like metal being touched and released. It carried cleanly in the quiet, a tiny, bright note at the edge of the backyard. It was the sound you get when a hand rests on chain link for a second, and then lets go, the mesh springing back into place. The hair on my arms lifted. Derek muttered something under his breath. Tom froze with the back of his wrist still pressed to his mouth. Jess took one involuntary step closer to the sliding door. Luis's fingers dug into the siding. I squinted into the dark, eyes straining to pull shapes out of the black. There was nothing. No flashlight beam. No glint of a face. No silhouette detaching itself from the trees. Just the solid mass of the woods. The back edges of branches barely suggested in contrast against the cloudy sky. And yet every instinct I had, every leftover animal piece of my brain, told me there was someone standing just inside that darkness. Not moving, just watching. It felt like the moment when you are standing in front of a window at night and suddenly know someone is on the sidewalk looking in, even if you cannot see them. A pressure, a weight, an attention that had nothing to do with light. "Inside," I said, and this time my voice did not shake. It came out flat, scraped clean. "Now!" We half ran, half stumbled across the grass toward the back of the house. My feet left muddy prints on the concrete of the small patio. The sliding glass door loomed ahead, my own reflection a ghost in it, pale and wide-eyed. My hands shook so badly it took me 2 tries to get a grip on the handle. The cool metal under my palms was almost shocking after the roughness of the fence, the slime of tree bark. I yanked it sideways, and the door grated along its track, the sound too loud, too slow. We spilled into the kitchen in a tangle. The air inside was cooler, the ceiling light over the table still on from earlier, casting a familiar warm circle over the cluttered surface. Mail, a chipped mug, the orange juice carton I had abandoned. I slid the door shut. The glass thudded home, and the thin strip of weather stripping along the edge smacked into place with a soft, rubbery kiss. I grabbed the little metal pin at the bottom, the cheap lock that you lifted into a hole to keep the door from being forced open, and jammed it up into position. It clicked with a dull, satisfying finality. That tiny sound went through me like a shot of something numbing. For 1 second, I let myself believe it mattered, that this thin pane of glass and that cheap lock were a real barrier between us and whatever was in the trees. Behind my reflection in the glass, the yard glowed under the porch light. Beyond that, the woods were a darker smear, a line where ordinary suburb ended. I stood there, one hand still on the lock, breathing hard, listening to the AC hum and my friends choke down their fear in my kitchen. I know now, I told you, that a locked door never stopped someone who already knows exactly where you live. 6.1, calling 911. In a too-normal kitchen. Stepping into the kitchen felt like walking out of a fever dream and straight into a commercial. The contrast was so violent it almost made me dizzy. The air inside the house was cool and dry, washed in that overbright yellow from the overhead light. The smell hit me first. Laundry detergent from the basket of folded towels on the table, leftover pizza crusts in the open box by the sink, the faint lemon of whatever cleaner my mom had used earlier. Underneath it all, The steady electric hum of the fridge and the low sigh of the AC through the vents sounded louder than they ever had in my life. Everything was exactly the way we had left it. The roll of paper towels half unraveled on the counter, the salt shaker crooked near the stove, a spoon in the sink with a smear of red sauce dried on it. The digital clock on the microwave glowed a calm, oblivious 12:41 a.m. We did not match the room at all. We were a mess of mud and sweat and torn fabric, breathing like we had been chased by something with teeth. Dirt streaked our jeans and smeared up our arms. Jess had a shallow cut on her cheek from a branch, a single line of dried blood that looked too bright in the kitchen light. Tom's face was the color of paper, eyes glassy. Derek's shirt was ripped at the hem where the fence had grabbed him, a little triangle of skin showing. Luis's hands shook when he let go of the sliding door frame. I saw his knuckles still flexing like he was holding invisible wire. For a long, thin second, none of us said anything. The silence inside the house was radically different from the silence out there. No crickets, no water, no distant boots. Just domestic noise. The fridge compressor kicking in with a soft chug, the muted rumble of the AC unit outside, the faint canned laughter from the TV in the living room where my mom had apparently not hit the power button properly. A normal night, if you muted us. My phone was still in my hand. That stupid default ringtone had finally gone quiet, but the screen was smeared with mud and sweat. The glass smudged with my fingerprints. The caller ID from the interrupted call had vanished. Whatever had tried to reach me out there had dropped off as soon as the line went dead. I stared at the home screen for a second, my thumb hovering over it, my mind blank. All the choices felt too big. Do I call my dad? One of the guy's parents? Just pretend we had gotten scared by some fishermen after hours and go to bed? Then that cold, clear voice that had shown up on the path kicked in again. You just watched them load something into a boat that sounded like that. They pointed toward your house. They tested the fence. My thumb found the dialer. Muscle memory did the rest. I punched 9, then 1, then 1, and hit call. The ring was mercifully short. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was neutral, professional, so steady it almost made me want to cry. There was a tiny bit of background noise on her end. Keyboards, maybe, or other voices low and indistinct. It sounded like she was calling from another planet. My own voice came out wrong, thin and high and shaky. I swallowed hard. My name is... I live on Eastbrook Drive near the Reservoir. I stumbled, brain scrambling for the right amount of information. How much do I say? How much will get us in trouble? We think we just saw a crime, I blurted. At the county reservoir behind our house. Her tone did not change, but it sharpened slightly, like she had just sat up straighter. Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions. First, what is your address? I gave it to her, stumbling over the house number at first, then saying it again more clearly. She repeated it back to me, confirming. I could hear keys clicking. And your name? I told her. My tongue felt too big in my mouth. Okay, name. Tell me what's happening. Start from right now. Are you in immediate danger? I glanced up at the sliding door. The porch light still glowed over the backyard, bleaching the grass nearest the house and leaving the tree line a solid block of black. Our reflections floated in the glass, pale, distorted versions of ourselves hovering over that threshold. We're inside the house now, I said. We were out by the reservoir. Behind our backyard, there's like a path we use. I caught myself before saying trespass. And there were these guys on the other side by the service road. They drove a truck up and loaded something into a boat, and my throat tightened. The dispatcher waited through the pause. "Loaded what?" she asked. I closed my eyes for half a second and saw it again. The sagging length under the tarp, the way it bent, the thunk as it hit the metal. I stared at the phone instead of the window. "I think it was a body," I said, the word thick. "Wrapped in something. They dragged it down and put it into a John boat. They said it was the last batch tonight." Then my phone rang and they heard it, and they started coming around the reservoir. So we ran back through the woods and through the fence, and we're in my kitchen now. Behind me, someone sucked in a breath. The dispatcher did not react the way part of me expected. There was no gasp, no "oh my God," just that steady professionalism. "How many individuals did you see?" "3, I think," I said. "Maybe 4. I definitely saw 3 by the truck and the boat." "Any weapons?" I replayed the images madly, trying to pick out details I had not been paying attention to. "I didn't see guns," I said. "They could have had something else, but they had flashlights, ropes. The boat had a motor." "Okay. Is anyone with you injured?" I looked around. Tom was slumped into one of the kitchen chairs now, elbows on the table, head in his hands. Jess had braced herself against the counter, fingers white where they gripped the edge. Derek was pacing a tight oval between the fridge and the door, leaving little muddy half-prints with each step. Luis hovered near the sink, one hand resting on it like he needed it to stay upright. "No," I said. "Just scratched up. We're okay. We're freaking out, but we're okay." She asked me to confirm the location of the reservoir, which side we had been on, where the service road ran. I did my best to explain between breaths, describing the gate, the curve of the water, the narrow strip between the trees and the lake where the truck had driven. "I'm dispatching officers to your address now," she said. "I'm also sending units to check the reservoir entrance and service road. I want you and your friends to stay inside, away from the windows and doors. Do not go back outside to look. Do you understand?" "Yes," I said. As I was saying it, there was a creak on the stairs. I turned my head automatically, the phone pressed so tight to my ear it hurt. My mom stood at the edge of the hallway in her robe, hair messy from sleep, face crumpled with confusion. She blinked once in the kitchen light, taking in the full picture. 4 extra teenagers in various states of muddy terror. Her son on the phone with a white-knuckled grip, the back door locked, the porch light on. "What is going on?" she asked, voice hushed but sharp. She took a step into the kitchen, bare feet whispering against the linoleum. The smell of her night cream, a faint floral, something she had used since I was a kid, wrapped around me for a second, weirdly out of place in the scene. I covered the bottom of the phone with my hand. "It's 911?" I said, my words tumbling over each other. "We were at the back, by the reservoir. We saw some guys doing something, with a boat. I think they were dumping a body. They chased us." My mom's face went through 3 different expressions in less than a second. Disbelief, anger, fear. The last one stuck. "By the reservoir?" she repeated quietly. "You were down there? Again?" There was no time to unpack the "again" in her voice. All the arguments from the past layered into that one word. Her eyes flicked past me toward the sliding door, toward the backyard and the strip of black beyond it. She moved closer, her hand coming up instinctively to rest on my shoulder. Her fingers squeezed hard. "Ma'am?" The dispatcher's voice crackled in my ear. "Is that your mother? You can put me on speaker if that's easier." I did, my thumb fumbling on the button. The phone's tinny speaker filled the warm kitchen with the distant calm of the call center. "Ma'am, this is 911, the dispatcher said. "Officers are on the way. I need everyone to stay inside the residence, away from windows. Do not open the door for anyone except uniformed officers. They will identify themselves." My mom swallowed. "Okay," she said, her voice shaky but trying to match the dispatcher's steadiness. "Okay." She glanced back at the sliding door again, then at the kitchen window over the sink. It looked out toward the side yard, where the AC unit hummed and the neighbor's fence stood in a straight, innocent line. The curtains were half drawn, leaving a triangle of glass exposed. Her gaze went to the backyard once more. She took a step toward the sliding door, squinting into the brightness and the dark beyond it, drawing her robe tighter around herself without seeming to notice she was doing it. As she moved, my angle shifted. Over her shoulder, past the reflection of our kitchen light floating faintly in the glass, I could see the yard. The porch light cast that same yellow pool, washing the grass nearest the house. At the very end of that light, where it frayed into darkness and the trees began, there was the same black wall of trunks and branches. For a split second, I thought it was all empty. Then something low and darker than the dark itself slid sideways across the base of a tree. It was fast, just a smear of movement at knee height, a shadow breaking away from the rest of the shadow and slipping along the line of the fence before dissolving back into it. No clear outline, no reflective eyes. Just the suggestion of a shape that should not have been there. My heart clenched so hard I almost dropped the phone. I blinked. The tree line returned to being just a jagged edge of black. No movement, no shape, just that waiting darkness. "Did you see something?" my mom asked softly, her eyes still fixed on the yard. I don't know," I said. It came out too fast. I think I'm just freaking out. It's probably nothing. The thing is, memory does not care what you decide in the moment. Years later, when I replay that night, that tiny movement is as clear as anything else. The way it hugged the line of the fence, the way it kept low, the way it vanished the instant my focus really locked onto it. "Officers are approximately 5 minutes out," the dispatcher said in my hand. "Stay on the line with me until they arrive." I tore my eyes away from the glass and nodded, even though she could not see it. My mom stepped back from the door, finally pulling the curtain across it in a quick, jittery motion, like she could not stand leaving that much night visible. The house suddenly felt smaller, the outside world sealed behind thin fabric. We clustered around the kitchen table, a bunch of mud-streaked kids in a too-normal room, listening to the hum of the fridge, the whir of the AC, the faint TV in the living room. And underneath all of it, I could not shake the feeling that something out there, just beyond the light, was listening too. 6.2, the officers and the boot prints. The red and blue got there before the sound did. 1 second, the kitchen was just yellow light and pale faces. The next, there was a wash of color pulsing across the curtains in the living room. Soft at first, like someone had turned on a TV with the volume down, then brighter as the cruiser rolled to a stop out front. The radio crackle followed a beat later, muffled through walls. Bursts of static, fragments of words that clipped official cadence that never sounds like regular people talking. "Unit 3, copy that." My mom looked at me once, a quick, tight glance, then moved toward the front door. I stayed where I was in the kitchen, the phone still in my hand, the dispatcher's voice finally gone now that she knew officers were on scene. My friends hovered awkwardly, mud drying on their shoes, socks leaving damp marks on the floor. The door opened. I heard the low murmur of introductions. My mom's "they're in the kitchen," pitched in that particular register adults use when something bad has happened, but they are trying not to scare a kid. Boots thudded softly on the hallway hardwood. Then the first officer stepped into the doorway. He looked normal. Late 30s, maybe, broad-shouldered in his dark uniform, belt heavy with equipment. The reflective striping on his jacket caught the kitchen light in small flares when he moved. Behind him, I could see his partner's silhouette and, further still through the living room window, the rotating lights painting the ceiling. "I'm Officer Green," the first one said, voice calm and even. "This is Officer Mills. We've got another unit checking the reservoir entrance. Your name?" I nodded, suddenly very aware of how young I must have looked with my mud-streaked hoodie and shaking hands. He gave us all a quick once-over, counting faces, clocking injuries, making sure no one was actively bleeding out on my mom's floor. "Anybody hurt?" "Just scratched up," Jess said quietly, lifting a hand to the cut on her cheek. "Okay," he said. "We're going to do two things at once. I'm going to stay in here and get a statement from you and your friends. Officer Mills and one of the other guys are going to take a look around outside. That all right, ma'am?" My mom nodded. "Yes, please." The second officer, taller, thinner, with his hat still on, slid past him with a murmured "ma'am" and headed toward the sliding door. My mom went with him, unlocking it with fingers that fumbled a little on the latch. As soon as the door opened, the sounds of the backyard slipped in. The hum of the AC unit, the chorus of crickets, the faint, distant rush of a car somewhere on a main road. The officer stepped out, his flashlight snapping on with a sharp click, beam cutting across the grass in a steady, professional sweep. Officer Green turned his attention fully to me. He pulled a small notebook from his pocket and clicked a pen. The noise was absurdly loud in my head. "All right," he said. "Start from the beginning. Tell me what you saw and what made you call." I swallowed and nodded, wrapping both hands around the cold soda can my mom had shoved into them without asking. Like hydration might make this more manageable. The condensation had already slicked the outside. The silver label peeled under my thumb in damp strips. "We were walking near the trail by the reservoir," I said. The lie slid in sideways, not fully formed but necessary. If I said through, if I said past the fence, there would be a whole different conversation before we got to the important part. "We go there sometimes, from the street side. We were up by the ledge when a truck came up the service road on the far side." He wrote as I talked, pen scratching on paper. That sound, combined with the hum of the fridge and the occasional crackle of the radio on his shoulder, made the whole thing feel like paperwork more than a crisis. I told him about the headlights, about the bundle dragged from the truck, about the boat. My voice shook hardest when I got to that dull, heavy sound of the tarp hitting the aluminum. Saying the word body in front of a cop felt different than saying it to a dispatcher over the phone. It felt heavier, closer to being real. He did not flinch. He did not stop writing. "And you heard them say, what, exactly?" he asked. "That it was the last batch tonight," I said. Those exact words. One of them said it while they were tying it down. He nodded, jotting it down word for word. And then, my phone rang. Shame crawled up my neck, hot and irrational. They heard it. One of them pointed toward our side and told the others to go around. So we ran back through the woods, came in through the backyard. I edited on instinct, trimming out the slit, the forcing of the cracked panel, the feeling of fingers almost on my heel. We came in, locked the door, called you." He glanced up at that, eyes flicking toward the sliding door. "You're sure they were coming in this direction? Not just doing another loop on their side?" "They were checking the fence," I said. "Hitting it. Looking for, I don't know, a break. I heard them right behind where our yard is." He studied me for a second, pen hovering. Whatever he saw in my face seemed to satisfy him. He went back to his notes. In the backyard, through the glass, the other officers' flashlights were moving in methodical sweeps. Across the grass, along the tree line, up and down the chain link where our world ended and the counties began. The beams made the night look segmented, broken into pieces of illumination and shadow. "Okay," Green said finally, finishing his line. "We're going to have units sweep the service road and the shoreline on the other side. We'll also want to take a look at your yard. You said they were close." As if on cue, the officer outside called out. His voice was muffled by glass, but clear enough. "You should see this." My stomach tightened. We all drifted toward the sliding door. Me, my mom, my friends, and Green. He stepped out onto the porch first, the boards creaking under his weight, his hand resting lightly on the butt of his holstered gun in that casual, trained way. The rest of us stayed just inside, pressing close to the glass like kids at an aquarium. The flashlight beams converged near the back of the yard, at the very edge where the grass gave way to that thin line of dirt and scrub before the trees. The officer who'd called to us was crouched there, his light angled down. From our side of the glass, it was obvious what had caught his eye. Our footprints were everywhere, of course. A chaotic pattern of sneaker treads stamped into the damp grass and the softer dirt beyond. Different sizes, different shapes, overlapping and blurred where we'd tripped over each other. They led from the tree line to the patio and back in a messy storm. But further out, closer to where the yard pinched in toward the woods, there was another set. They were bigger, wider. The impressions were deeper, sunk hard into the wet ground like whoever had made them was heavier or carrying more weight. The tread pattern was different too, squared-off lugs in a repeating, almost geometric design, not the rounded, worn-down pattern of worn-out Converse or Vans. A clean line of them led from the darkest edge of the trees straight toward the back fence that separated our yard from the neighbors on the right. They stopped there. Not faded, not trampled, just stopped. Like someone had walked out, stood for a moment at the fence, and then turned back exactly in their own steps, careful not to leave a separate trail. Officer Green stepped closer, his boots careful to avoid the prints as much as possible. "These yours?" he asked, glancing back at me over his shoulder, pointing with his chin at the big tread marks. Something about the question snapped a small, bitter laugh loose in my chest. It came out more like a grunt. "No," I said, shaking my head. "Why would I jump my own fence?" He gave one small nod, like he had wanted to hear me say it more than he actually needed the answer. The officer crouched by the prints shot me a quick, assessing look, then returned his attention to the ground. My mom's hand found my elbow and tightened, just enough that I could feel her nails through the fabric. She did not say anything, but her eyes were locked on those big boot prints like she was trying to memorize their shape. "Let me see the line," Green said. The crouching officer shifted his beam upward, following the imaginary path those prints suggested, straight to the chain-link fence at the back corner of the yard. The metal there looked exactly like it always did to me from our side. A grid of dull gray, slightly warped in places where age had twisted it, the top rail dark with rust. The officer stepped right up to it, close enough that his uniform brushed the mesh, and ran the flashlight beam slowly along the vertical wires. At first, there was nothing, just metal glinting in tiny highlights where condensed moisture caught the light. Then the beam snagged on something. "Hold up," he said softly. He angled the light in closer, narrowing the beam. At about hip height on an average adult, several strands of the chain link looked fuzzier. From inside the kitchen, squinting through the glass, I could see them. A few tiny tufts of dark material caught where the metal twisted, threads clinging stubbornly to the wire. They fluttered slightly in the small breeze, no more substantial than cobwebs. "Fabric," the officer said. "Looks like someone snagged their jacket or shirt." He reached into a pocket on his vest and pulled out a small evidence envelope and a pair of tweezers. The careful way he did it, the practiced, unhurried precision, made the whole thing feel suddenly more official, more real than anything up to that point. This was not us telling a scary story in my kitchen anymore. This was evidence. This was something that would go into a bag, and then into a building, and then into a lab, where people in gloves would look at it under bright lights and try to pull DNA out of it. He plucked the tiny fibers from the fence and dropped them into the envelope, sealed it with a small, firm press of his thumb. "Lab can take a look," he said, almost under his breath. "See if we get anything." I watched that little packet disappear into his vest and felt my stomach turn over. Those fibers were fresh. They had not been there yesterday or last week, or all the summers we had walked past this spot on our way to stupidity. They were new. Someone's clothes had scraped that exact patch of metal not long before the cruiser's lights started painting the neighborhood. Someone had been standing right there, right up against the fence at the back of my yard. Listening, maybe. Watching the house. Watching us. Not out on the distant, vague, far side of the reservoir anymore. Not a shape across black water, but pressed against a barrier that we all pretended meant safe when we mowed the lawn and grilled hot dogs and kicked soccer balls back and forth. The officers kept working, measuring the prints, murmur speak into their radios, talking in codes and numbers. My mom kept nodding at whatever Green told her, even though her eyes stayed fixed on that corner by the fence. My friends hovered behind me in a tight knot, their earlier wild fear collapsing inward into a smaller, harder thing. I barely heard any of it. All I could think about was how long it had taken the cops to get here after my call. How long we had stood in the kitchen with the lights on, arguing about what to tell them, and how easily, in that window of time, someone could have walked right up to the edge of our yard, stood there in the dark, close enough to hear every word through the glass. 6. 3. The news, the barrels, and the camera flash. The story hit the news before the mud was even dry on my sneakers. It was 3 days after that night. Long enough for the adrenaline to burn out and leave behind the weird, hollow exhaustion that feels like a hangover you did not earn. Long enough for my parents to go from "what were you thinking?" to just long looks across the dinner table whenever someone on TV mentioned the word reservoir. I was in the basement when it happened. The same basement where we had started that night. Same sagging couch that smelled like stale chips and body spray. Same crooked pool table. Same mini fridge humming in the corner. It should have felt like a reset, like I had rewound the tape to before everything went wrong. It did not. The air felt heavier down there, like the walls were holding on to what we had brought back through that sliding door. Every sound seemed louder. The drone of the AC above, the fridge compressor kicking on, the muted thumps of my dad's footsteps in the kitchen overhead. The TV was on, volume low. some local news channel, the kind my parents left running for weather updates and traffic reports. I was half watching, half staring at nothing, trying not to think about fences or boats or the way the word batch sounded in that man's mouth. Then I saw the gate. It slid onto the screen without any buildup, a live shot of the reservoir entrance. The same metal bars I had biked past 1,000 times, the same faded no trespassing water supply sign, now framed by bright yellow police tape and the flashing lights of 3 cruisers. The reporter stood off to the side, talking into a microphone, her breath puffing a little in the cooler evening air. Behind her, you could see county vehicles parked crooked along the access road, a couple of white tents set up near the waterline, and, further down, the faint shape of a small boat at the shore. The volume on the TV seemed to swell all on its own. After a tip led authorities to search a restricted area of the county reservoir, the anchor's voice said, smooth and serious. 3 sealed drums were discovered submerged just off the service road side. Law enforcement sources say the contents appear to be human remains. Sealed drums. They put the words on the screen in bold text, in case your brain did not want to absorb them. A B-roll clip replaced the live shot. The surface of the reservoir, gray and flat, broken only by a small wake from the boat as it moved slowly across. The camera zoomed in on a spot where the yellow tape had been extended closer to the water. A diver in dark gear standing half submerged near something just out of frame. My stomach lurched. On mute, that footage could have been any lake, any investigation. But I knew that shoreline. I knew how the rocks sloped just there, how the water dropped off faster along that curve. I could almost plot from memory where the John boat had been when they pushed it off that night. Now there were new boats in the same water, different people in different uniforms, pulling up what the others had put down. I swallowed hard and tasted bile. Every time the editor cut back to the reservoir, different angles, different times of day, the sun glinting off the surface or the overcast sky turning it flat and dead, I felt that same nausea climb. It was like my body recognized the sight before my brain could label it. In the days that followed, the reservoir became a kind of gravitational center for the town. Neighbors who had never cared about it beyond nice view from the road suddenly had opinions. I overheard them on our driveway, in the grocery store, passing by my locker at school. Always said that place was bad news. Heard it's a gang thing, those guys from over by the highway. Cartel, my cousin says. They use water like that all over. Easy to sink things. I heard they found more than 3. I heard one of those kids saw everything. My parents tried not to let me see the way they looked at each other when someone said that last part. They failed. Police cruisers started patrolling the streets around the reservoir more. Sometimes, late at night, I would hear one roll past the house. The low rumble of the engine different from regular traffic. Once or twice, red and blue would flicker briefly on the ceiling of my room as they turned the corner onto the main road. My friends stopped coming over for a while. Their parents had their own thoughts about what being near all that meant. The woods behind the house went from shortcut to off-limits overnight. If I see you go anywhere near that tree line again. My dad started one afternoon, then just shook his head, unable to find a threat big enough to match the look on his face. He changed tactics mid-sentence. "You hear me?" "Yeah," I said. "I hear you." But I still looked. Every day I found myself at some window, bedroom, kitchen, even the tiny one over the downstairs bathroom sink, peering out at that line of trees. The fence was hidden from most angles, just an idea of a boundary tucked into the shadows. The part of me that had once loved knowing there was a secret door out there now felt like there was a wound in the yard instead. My mom took it worse. She started sleeping lighter, or not at all. I could tell by the way the hall light would be on at 3 a.m. when I got up for water, her shadow moving in the kitchen, the soft clink of a mug being set down a little too hard on the counter. "It is just in my head," she would say, mostly to herself. "It has to be in my head." Then, a few nights after the news about the drums, she came into my room and sat on the edge of my bed. "I do not want to scare you," she said, "which is exactly how you scare someone." She told me she had seen a light out back, not the neighbor's porch, not a car on the street. Something small and sharp, deep in the woods, a pinprick flash, like a camera going off or a flashlight being flicked on, then off, then on again. Too quick and too directed to be lightning bugs, too low to be a plane. "It was exactly where the trees start," she said, fingers twisting in the hem of her robe, like someone was, I do not know, taking a picture or signaling. "Maybe it was kids," I said, though my voice did not sound convinced, even to me. "Copycats. You know how people get when something's on the news." She nodded, but her eyes stayed distant. "It happened again," she said, a couple nights later. Another small flash in the dark between the trunks. Then nothing. She called the police that time. A cruiser rolled past, slow, spotlight sweeping over the edge of the yard. By the time they came, of course, there was nothing to see. After the third call, where they found nothing, I could tell the officers were starting to file my mom's reports under jumpy, even if they never said it outright. "I know what I saw," she kept repeating once the door closed behind them. "I know what I saw." The idea settled into the house like dust, that whoever had used the reservoir that way might not be done with it, might not be done with us. That someone could be out there in the trees, watching the back of our house with a camera or a pair of binoculars or just their own eyes, checking to see if the kids from that night still lived here. When my dad mentioned, out of nowhere one weekend, that there was an opening at the distribution center in the next county over, my mom did not fight it like she usually did. She just asked, "How soon?" We listed the house a month later. The official reasons we gave were all normal adult things. Better commute for my dad, a slightly bigger place, a fresh start. Nobody put in the listing. Also, no direct line of sight to a body dumping ground. No one wrote. We'd like to stop wondering if whoever ran that operation knows exactly which house saw too much. The for sale sign went up in the yard, and I watched it from my bedroom like it was a countdown timer. Every time a car slowed out front, I felt my shoulders climb toward my ears. Every stranger who walked through the house with a realtor felt like an intruder, even though I knew they were the good kind. In the middle of the chaos, boxes, packing tape, my mom's lists growing longer, life pretended to go on. I went to school. I pretended to care about exams. My friends and I talked around what had happened instead of about it, like it might crack open again if we looked directly at it. On the last night before we moved, the house was half empty. The couch was gone. The pictures were down. The basement felt like a bare concrete box, all the lived-in clutter stripped away. Even the hum of the fridge upstairs sounded different, with less stuff in the rooms to soak it up. I could not sleep. I went downstairs, padding through hollow-feeling rooms to the kitchen. The overhead light was off. Only the small bulb over the stove was on, throwing a muted pool of warm light over the counters. The digital clock on the microwave said 1:12 a.m. I poured a glass of water and stood by the sink, looking out the window over it. It did not show the woods directly. The angle was wrong. But I could see the side yard, the corner of the back fence, the glow of the neighbor's porch light. Something tugged at me, though. A stupid, morbid curiosity. One last look. I set the glass down and walked to the sliding door instead. The porch light outside was still working, bathing the patio and the first 10 feet of grass in its familiar weak yellow. Beyond that, the yard faded into deeper gray, then black where the trees began. The house felt like it was already shutting down around me. The empty rooms behind my back, the boxes stacked in corners, the echo in my footsteps. I pressed my hand lightly against the cool glass and just stared. For a while, nothing happened. The crickets chirped. A car hissed by on the road 2 streets over. The AC unit rattled to life, then clicked off again. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the layers of dark, the shapes sharpened. The fence line suggestion, the first row of trunks, the way the streetlight from the corner cast long, warped shadows that stretched diagonally across the yard. That was when I saw it. For 4, maybe 5 seconds, the way the streetlight angled and the branches shifted in a faint breeze lined up just right, and there it was. A tall, narrow silhouette standing at the edge of the woods, exactly where the trees met the invisible run of the fence. It was human-shaped. Shoulders, head, the faint suggestion of arms at its sides. Not moving. My heart slammed itself against my ribs so hard my vision fuzzed at the edges. I blinked. The shape broke apart. The wind moved the branches differently. The shadow fell at a new angle, and I was looking at nothing but trees again. Just the same jagged wall of trunks and leaves and dark. I stood there for a long time afterward, trying to convince myself it had been nothing but a trick of the light. A visual glitch. My brain stitching together ordinary shapes into something it expected to see. The problem is, just like that low, dark movement my mom saw between the trunks, the memory of it has edges. It does not feel like a vague impression. It feels specific, weighty, like something had been there just long enough to make sure I noticed, and then stepped back into whatever passes for cover in a strip of woods behind a house that knows too much. 7.1 Adult life and the reservoir popping back up. By 34, my life looked exactly like the kind of life that does not have a story like this in it. Most weeknights followed the same pattern. I drove home from the office with talk radio murmuring low, merging off the interstate onto a string of familiar streets lined with chain restaurants and strip malls. I pulled into a quiet cul-de-sac in a part of New Jersey that looks like clones of other parts of New Jersey. Vinyl siding, trimmed hedges, driveways with chalk drawings ghosted onto the concrete from last summer. Our house is small but neat. 2 stories, 1.5 baths. Beige like it is trying not to offend anyone. The sounds of it have become as familiar to me as breathing. The HVAC kicking on with a soft rumble in the walls. The dishwasher grumbling through its cycles after dinner. Water hissing and sloshing in the dark belly of it. The fridge in the corner of the kitchen humming steadily, sometimes clicking a little when the compressor shuts off. Most nights I come in through the garage. The door rumbles down behind me with that garage door opener whine that is the unofficial soundtrack of every American suburb. I toe off my shoes in the little strip of tile by the door, feel the residue of the day slide off my shoulders as I step onto the softer carpet. My wife usually calls out from somewhere. "Hey, you home?" "Yeah," I shout back, dropping my keys in the same bowl by the microwave. I am. It is the kind of life where, "What is for dinner?" and "Did you pay the electric bill?" and "Did you remember to move the laundry?" are the main plot points. The kind of life where your biggest annoyance is the guy in HR or the couple next door who let their dog bark at 6 a.m. You can live a long time inside that kind of normal and convince yourself the other parts are sealed off. For years, the reservoir felt like something from a different lifetime, a different person's problem wearing my face. I had put it in a mental box and shoved it as far back as it would go. I barely let myself think the word. If anyone mentioned that town on the news, I flipped the channel. If some true crime podcast used a similar lake as an example, I took my earbuds out. When we drove past any body of water larger than a kiddie pool at a friend's barbecue, I kept my eyes on my phone. For the most part, it worked. I had a job that rewarded me for staying 5 minutes late and answering emails after dinner. I had a wife who asked me how my day was and wanted an honest answer about spreadsheets and office politics. I had a house where the scariest thing was the possibility of black mold in the basement. It was a Tuesday night when it came back. Dinner was over. The dishwasher was already running, its steady, watery growl filling the small kitchen with a wet, mechanical heartbeat. The overhead light buzzed faintly. I have been meaning to replace that fixture for 6 months. The AC cycled on and off in the background, the vents by the floor sighing cool air every few minutes. My wife had gone upstairs to take a shower. I could hear the pipes in the wall creak quietly as the hot water started to move. I was at the dining table with my laptop open, doing what everyone does when they say they are catching up on something for work. Half looking at an Excel sheet, half scrolling through nothing. It was late enough that the glare from the screen was the brightest thing in the room. The only other light came from the open doorway to the kitchen and the faint blue blink of the router on the little side table. Outside, the cul-de-sac was quiet. Every once in a while, a car would hiss by on the main road, far enough away that it sounded more like distant wind. I do not remember what I was originally looking for. A link from a coworker, probably. An email about a deadline. Either way, I ended up on the local news site without really thinking about it. The way your fingers sometimes do their own thing while your brain is somewhere else. Scroll, scroll. Headline about property taxes. Scroll. A human interest story about a dog reunited with its owner. Scroll. Then a thumbnail stopped me. It was a small, grainy photo of a gate. Chain link, metal bar across. No trespassing, water supply sign. A patch of water and trees behind it. The headline above it said something like, "Teen drowns in county reservoir despite restrictions." There are a lot of reservoirs in the state. It took me a second to recognize the one in the picture. When I did, it felt like someone had pushed a cold hand hard into my chest. It was the gate. The same gate from the news footage years ago, from the night of the drums. The same angle I had watched a reporter stand at, microphone in hand, while divers pulled sealed things from the water behind her. Now there was a fresh strip of yellow tape threaded through it. The photo had been taken at dusk. The light was flat, making the water behind the gate look like a sheet of dull lead. I clicked on the article before I could talk myself out of it. The story itself was short. They always are, when it is just one person and not 3 sealed drums. A teenager with friends. Alcohol, maybe, ignoring posted signs. A slip, a splash, a body recovered after an extensive search. Words like tragic and senseless and reminder. Embedded in the middle was another photo, this one taken from farther back. The reservoir surface itself, calm and empty, a sheriff's boat drifting in the distance. The moment that image loaded, all the work I had done to wall it off cracked. My brain did not see the current boat. It saw the other one, the dented John boat rising and falling against the rocks, the dark tarp shape in the bottom of it. It heard that dull, fleshy thunk again, like someone dropping a sack of wet cement. It smelled mud and algae and the strange chemical tang that had clung to the air that night. Underneath all of it, faint but undeniable, I could hear my old ringtone. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da. My stomach twisted. You okay? I jumped. I had not heard the water shut off upstairs or the bathroom door open. My wife was in the doorway now, hair wrapped in a towel, an old t-shirt hanging loose over her leggings. She had a bottle of lotion in one hand, half uncapped. Yeah, I said too quickly, slapping the laptop a little harder than necessary as I clicked the tab closed. Yeah, I am fine. She frowned a little. What were you reading? Nothing, I said. The lie was automatic, worn smooth with practice. Work stuff, just zoning out. She studied me for a second longer than was comfortable, then shrugged it off. Do not stay up too late, okay? You have that early meeting. I will be up in a minute, I said. When she left the room, I sat there staring at the blank browser screen for a long time. The article was gone, but the words were not. Teen, Reservoir, drowned. It did not matter that this kid probably had nothing to do with what we saw. It did not matter that someone stupidly jumping off a restricted rock and someone being wrapped in a tarp were technically different categories of horror. The place was the same. The water was the same. I shut the laptop, the soft thump sounding much louder than it should have on the dining table. The dishwasher hummed in the kitchen. The AC kicked back on, vent by my feet exhaling cool air. Drop it, I told myself, out loud. My voice sounded thin in the empty room. It has been years. It has nothing to do with you. Brains do not care about logic when it comes to this stuff. I went through the motions of the rest of the night on autopilot. I rinsed my glass. I turned off the kitchen light. I checked the deadbolt on the back door, even though we almost never use it. I climbed the stairs, brushed my teeth, made small talk about the next day. My wife fell asleep easily, her breathing evening out in the dark beside me. I lay there staring at the faint red numbers of the alarm clock, watching them change, feeling the weight of the Reservoir article sit in the middle of my chest, like something left on a shelf too long. At some point, I must have drifted for a while. I woke up again around 2 a.m., throat dry. It was one of those half-wakings where the house feels far away and thin, like you could push through a wall if you tried. I slid out of bed carefully, trying not to jostle the mattress, and padded downstairs in bare feet. The house at night has its own soundscape. The AC was running, a low, steady rush in the vents. The fridge hummed in the kitchen, cycling through its quiet mechanical routine. Somewhere deeper in the walls, I could hear the faint tick of cooling pipes. I did not turn on the main light, just the small one over the stove. The kitchen filled with a soft, tired glow. The stainless steel of the sink reflected it in a dull stripe. I filled a glass from the tap and leaned against the counter, letting my eyes unfocus on the dark square of the kitchen window. Out there, the neighboring houses were mostly dark, save for one porch light left on at the far end of the street. I was just starting to relax back into that half-asleep fog when it happened. The house turned off. Not for long. Not enough for breakers to trip or clocks to reset. Just all at once, in the space of a single held breath, the everyday noise died. The AC fan spun down in an instant, the rush in the vents cutting mid-sigh. The fridge compressor clicked off, but not with its normal lazy wind down. It was like someone had yanked the plug. Even the faint hum of whatever electronics lived under the counter went absent. There was no distant car, no plane overhead, no neighbor's TV. For one perfect second, everything mechanical stopped. Silence dropped over the kitchen like a lid. It was not the silence of a peaceful night. It was a hollow, pressurized quiet that felt wrong in my bones, like the air itself had been vacuumed out of the room. My first thought was not about the power. It was not about the wiring. It was about the space between the last note of my old ringtone and the first boot hitting the dirt. That same feeling, that same bizarre, unnatural pause, as all the ambient sound of the world ducked away and left this one narrow crack of nothing for something else to slide into. I did not move. I did not breathe. I stood there in my too normal kitchen, in my too normal house, the glass cold in my hand, and listened to that 1 second stretch. I waited to see if anything would speak into it. 7.2. The on this day. Photo and what was always there. The 1 second silence stuck with me. I told myself it was nothing. Some quirk of the power grid, some appliance cycling off in sync with another. But for a few nights after, I caught myself freezing whenever the house got too quiet. I would stand in the doorway to the kitchen or at the bottom of the stairs, listening for that unnatural drop, waiting to see if the universe was going to pull that trick again. It did not. Life reasserted itself. Meetings, bills, texts, AC on, fridge humming, dishwasher doing its thing. Eventually, that moment got filed next to a long list of other things I did not have time to deal with. Then my phone decided to be helpful. It was a Saturday morning, a couple of weeks later. My wife had gone out to run errands, and I was at the table in the same kitchen, cereal getting soggy in front of me while I scrolled through emails and nonsense. Sunlight came in hard through the sliding door, hitting the tile at a sharp angle. The suburb was awake. Someone mowing a lawn a few houses down, a dog barking, the distant high whine of a leaf blower. My thumb flicked through notifications until I hit the one that might as well have had a jump scare sting attached. On this day, 17 years ago. Facebook. I almost ignored it. Those little memory prompts are usually nothing but bad haircuts and exes you are trying not to think about. But the 17 years caught me. That number anchored back to a specific chunk of time in my head automatically. Reservoir time. I tapped it before I could stop myself. The app loaded a single photo. The quality was terrible. It was from some throwaway digital camera we thought was high-end at the time. The kind that put a little timestamp in the corner like a watermark. The colors had that early 2000s wash to them. Too warm, slightly overexposed, everything hazed with the kind of light you only get when teenagers take pictures in late afternoon. We were sitting on the near side of the reservoir. There was the familiar strip of concrete ledge, the scrubby grass behind it, one of the bigger rocks we used to climb on. Our legs dangled over the edge, sneakers scuffed, jeans rolled. Someone had caught us between poses. Jess was mid-laugh, mouth open, head thrown back. Derek held a can of soda aloft in a fake toast. Luis was making a face at the camera. I was half turned away, looking out over the water instead of at the lens. We looked so young it hurt to look at us. For a minute, all I felt was that. Nostalgia with teeth, a sharp, bittersweet ache in the chest. We did not know yet. We did not know anything. The water behind us was calm, catching the gold of the sinking sun in long, broken reflections. The far side of the reservoir was a dark line, the tree line thick and shadowed, hint of road behind it. In the center of the frame, the surface of the lake was just blank, pretty, meaningless. I almost closed the app. Instead, I pinched the screen and zoomed in. Not on us, but on the background. It was the kind of idle, bored move you make when you have seen a photo 100 times and your brain is looking for something new to stick on. The resolution fought me. pixels broke apart, smoothing details into mush. But as I slid the image toward the far shore and zoomed again, something sharp cut through the blur. In the thin strip of land between the trees and the waterline, tucked under the shade of two overhanging branches, there was a shape. I zoomed farther, thumb and forefinger bending the screen out. The shape resolved into the back quarter of a pickup truck. You could just see part of the rear wheel, tread black against the lighter dirt, and the angular line of the truck bed disappearing behind a thick trunk. The paint color was dark, maybe navy or black, washed almost gray by distance and cheap camera. It was parked at an angle parallel to the shore, like it had pulled in quietly. No need for a dramatic entrance. I stared at it, feeling a faint, cold prickle run up my arms. "I do not remember that," I said out loud. The app did not answer. I dragged the frame up a little more, scanning the line of trees above the truck, the places where shadow pooled between trunks. Most of it was the usual jumble of branches and leaves, flashes of sky in between. Then my eye snagged on a disturbance in the pattern, a knot tree shape in the trees. There, just to the right of the truck, half hidden where two trunks overlapped, was the outline of a person. You would not see it if you were not looking for it. The camera had not focused on them. They were background noise, caught by accident. But now that I knew where to look, it was impossible not to see. The figure was standing facing the water. The hood of their sweatshirt was up, turning their head into a dark oval, arms crossed over their chest, legs set apart, solid. No detail on the face, just a darker shadow inside the hood, but the posture was unmistakable. Someone rooted in place, watching us. The angle of the shot meant whoever had taken the photo, probably Jess, had been more concerned with our stupid poses than anything happening on the far bank. We had been laughing, kicking our feet, arguing about music, and across the water, tucked into the trees, a truck had been parked, and someone had been standing there like they owned the shoreline. My stomach dropped in a slow, controlled way, like an elevator descending. I zoomed out, then back in, trying to make the pixels rearrange themselves into something less sinister. A weird tree knot, a trick of shadow. But every time I pinched closer, the image settled back into the same arrangement. Truck, person, posture. I checked the little white timestamp in the corner of the picture. It was almost too blocky to read, but the numbers were still there. 0718X, 1742, 5:42 p.m. On this day, 17 years ago, Facebook had cheerfully reminded me. What it did not mention was that the date lined up perfectly with something else I vaguely remembered from back then. The earlier news story. Not the drums, those came later. The first time the Reservoir had made headlines. The remains discovered suspiciously close to a residential area via unauthorized access point story. The one with the grainy overhead shot and the quick, tight voiceover. I minimized the photo and pulled up a browser, fingers stiff. My search history from that week made finding the old article easier than it should have been. The local news site archives were a mess, but the date stuck in my head well enough that after a few tries, there it was. The article. The one about partial remains, found near the far side of the reservoir. The date on it was 07-19-0X. According to the piece, authorities believed whatever had been dumped had gone into the water within the last 24 hours. A kid version of me had been excited by that detail at the time. It had made the story feel immediate, like we had almost been there when it happened. We had joked about ghosts in the water. 17 years later, me stared at the line, then at the photo, then back at the line. 5:42 p.m. The day before, we had been sitting on the near side, legs swinging, soda cans sweating onto the concrete, while across the water, a truck sat hidden under the trees, and someone stood next to it, arms folded, watching. It did not take much to connect the dots. Those guys had been using the reservoir as a dumping ground before the night with the boat. Long before. That photo, grainy, stupid, casual, had caught the edge of their routine without us realizing what we were looking at. The thought that bloomed right after that was worse. If they had been there that afternoon, truck pulled in, shoulders relaxed, just watching the water, they had seen us. They had seen which rocks we liked. They had seen where we came in and out of the trees. They had watched which direction we walked when we left. We had been so proud of our door in the fence, our secret path, our private spot. But there we were, plain as day in a digital artifact, our bodies arranged on the concrete like labels, teenagers congregating near a convenient, quiet dumping site. I went back to the zoomed-in frame again, staring at the little hooded figure under the tree. The more I looked, the more my brain tried to assign details. The set of the shoulders, the way the head seemed slightly tilted, the hint of something in one hand. A cigarette? A phone? The worst part was not that the figure looked threatening. It was that they looked patient. Like they had all the time in the world to stand there and watch the kids across the water goof off, knowing they had work to do later. I checked the metadata on the photo the way you check a wound you are not sure is bleeding. The app still had it. Time, date, location. 5:42 p.m. summer. The year lined up neatly with the first remains. We had always told the story like the night with the boat was the first time we crossed paths, like we had stumbled accidentally into something that did not know we existed until my ringtone gave us away. Looking at that tiny figure on the far side, standing next to a truck in the trees while we drank soda and joked about nothing, I realized it might have been the other way around. Maybe we were the late arrivals, the ones who wandered into someone else's established routine, too naive to understand the rules. And maybe for reasons I still do not understand, whoever was over there that day had decided something very simple about us. Not yet. 7.3. The ending that does not sit right now. As I am typing this, it is just before midnight. I am back in a kitchen, but not the one you have been picturing this whole time. This one is smaller, newer, with cabinets my wife picked out from a catalog and a fridge that came with the mortgage. The countertop under my wrists is fake stone, cool and smooth. The dishwasher is off for once, but the AC is running its slow, steady loop through the vents, and the fridge behind me has that quiet, constant hum that every American kitchen seems legally required to have. The only real light is from the laptop screen in front of me. I killed the overheads an hour ago when my wife went to bed. The microwave clock over my shoulder glows green in the dark. 11:59 p.m. That little colon between the numbers blinks every second, regular as a heartbeat. On the screen is a tab I have never opened before in my life until tonight. It belongs to a horror channel. One of the ones that reads true stories people send in. There is a form at the top of the page. Name optional, email optional, story required. Under that, a blank space that might as well be a confession booth. The cursor in the box blinks. Line after line of what you have just heard sits above it, black on white. My own words staring back at me harder than anything on the news ever did. I have never written to a horror channel before, I typed at the top, because it felt like truth and also like the only way I could start. I have never told the full version of this to anyone. Not my parents. Not my friends from that night. Not really. Not my wife. The police got the legal version, the edited one with the trespassing scraped off. Life got the footnote. There was some weird thing at a reservoir once, trailing away into a shrug. You're getting the whole thing, or as much of it as I am willing to drag back out of the water. If you are waiting for the part where I say we found out they were a cartel, or a cult, or some organized crew that made the evening news with mugshots and a list of charges, you are going to be disappointed. That never happened. The articles about the drums, and later the remains, never named suspects. There were no big press conferences. No tidy follow-up story with a satisfied anchor saying, "Justice was served." If arrests were made, they were quiet enough that nobody outside the right circles heard. If nothing ever came of it, that would not surprise me either. All I know, really know, is this. One night when we were 17, 4 kids and 1 girl skipped a fence we thought we owned and saw men treating a lake like a dumpster. Those men knew within minutes that someone had been there who was not supposed to be. They followed our side of the water. They walked the fence. One of them got close enough to grab my ankle if he had wanted to. Someone stood at the back of my yard and listened to my mother's voice through the glass while we were on the phone with 911. And now, 17 years later, I am sitting in another kitchen miles away with my hands hovering over a keyboard like I am waiting for permission. Outside, a car rolls past on the main road, tires hissing on asphalt. The sound slides through the walls and fades. Somewhere down the block, a dog barks once and then gives up. Inside, the fridge hums. The AC breathes. The router on the counter blinks its little green light. My fingers tap soft, uneven rhythms on the keys. I am in the middle of the last paragraph of this story when it happens again. It is small. It is stupid, if you want it to be. But I can feel it as clearly as I felt the mud under my shoes that night. The fridge stops humming. Not like it normally does, with that slow wind down where the compressor sighs and settles and you barely notice the difference unless you are standing next to it. This time it is mid-hum 1 second and dead quiet the next, cut off like somebody flicked a switch. At the same exact moment, the AC fan cuts. The soft rush in the vents flattens out into nothing. Whatever low-level electric noise lives in the walls, the kind you only hear when you really listen, drops away. The house does not just get quiet, it gets emptied. There is a single, precise second where every mechanical sound in my world is missing. The cursor on the screen keeps blinking. The microwave colon keeps flashing. Time itself does not stop, but the soundtrack lurches. It feels like someone has sucked all the air out of the room and left me in a vacuum made of drywall and laminate. In that gap, my own body gets disturbingly loud. I can hear my heartbeat in my ears, heavy and uneven. I can hear the faint rasp of my own breath, a tiny click as I swallow, the almost inaudible creak of the cheap dining chair under my weight. Nothing else. The part of my brain that still lives on that concrete ledge by the water waits, just like it did then, to see what tries to crawl into that empty space. In that one stretched thin second, I think I hear something outside. It is so faint I cannot swear to it. A tiny, crisp disturbance under the window, like a shoe quietly shifting in grass, or the barest flick of metal on metal. One quick ting, like a fingertip testing a fence. It could be nothing. A tree leaf dropping, a neighbor's car door, a pipe in the wall. It lands on me the way a hand lands on a shoulder in the dark. Then the house inhales again. The fridge kicks back to life with a small, annoyed clunk and a rising hum. The AC fan spins up, air whispering through the vents. Out on the street, another car passes, headlights briefly painting the far wall with moving light. I do not move. My fingers hover over the keys, frozen mid-word. On the table beside the laptop, my phone lights up. No ringtone this time. No cheerful chime cutting across the night. Just the screen coming to life in my peripheral vision, a rectangle of cold white. For a second, I think it is another news alert, some late-night push notification about politics or weather. But when I glance at it, the header at the top of the screen says something else. People you may know. It is a feature I usually ignore. The algorithm has spent years trying to push half-remembered classmates and co-workers at me, faces I do not want to add back into my life. Tonight, though, the top suggestion is not a face at all. It is a blurry photo of a body of water at night. The profile picture shows a dark, indistinct lake, lights from some distant street or house smeared across the surface in pale streaks. The shore is only a suggestion, a darker band beneath the dark sky. If you did not know better, it could be any reservoir, any pond. The name above it is one I do not recognize. No mutual friends, no identifying school or workplace under it, just the town tag. And under the photo, the location line. Old town name, Reservoir. I stare at it long enough that the screen starts to dim. That little gray bar threatening to go black if I do not touch it. My thumb hovers just above the glass. I do not tap the profile. I do not send a friend request. I do not block it either. I do not do any of the logical things a person who is not hung up on an old lake should do. I let the screen fade back to black, and in the reflection that replaces it, I can see my own face, lit ghost pale by the laptop, and the faint suggestion of my kitchen behind me. The cursor on the horror channel form still blinks, waiting for the last line. I like to tell myself it is just the algorithm, just coincidence. Some scrap of data folded over on itself in a server farm, spitting out a harmless suggestion with a recycled picture and a recycled name. I will hit send on this, close the laptop, and go upstairs to a wife who has no idea what lives between the trees in a town we do not talk about. I will lie down in a bed that has never heard crickets bounce sound off black water. But every night, when this new fridge hums and then pauses for that 1 second, when the house takes that inexplicable mechanical breath and the world goes very, very quiet, I listen, just to make sure I do not hear footsteps in the grass again.